Hey guys, let me just get situated. Still trying to get that all set up so it's a little bit smoother. Um, so I guess just quick before we get started, gonna go through like where we're at in the project. We're doing design today. We're still kind of like moving through some of the nitty gritty of the design. I identified that we probably don't need to go crazy here. Sometimes when I do designs, I will do everything. You'll go through and you know it's going to be handed off to somebody, or you're going to forget about it in a month, and you kind of go through and every single thing listed in the information architecture screens will end up becoming its own file or whatever, its own artboard. You get like really deep into it, and I think that's a mistake with this project, mostly because I think once we're working with it, we're going to find out that some of the assumptions we made for the flows are probably wrong, and getting to the bottom of like what the design actually is, or what the app actually is. um, there's going to be things that we forgot. There's so many little pieces of this, there's going to be stuff we forget, and really it's not, this app isn't something that like we need to um, go nuts on making the flow perfect, because it's really just a wrapper for a command line utility. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just like a long way of saying I don't think these designs are like set in stone, so we're just trying to like kind of trailblaze out some visual options for later. So other things that are going on kind of like outside of this, we do have some like pretty big stuff coming up. That's why I didn't stream yesterday. I had to take the day working on other things. We have some pretty big surprises coming up. It'll be a while before they completely materialize, but just good stuff. Just gonna throw that out there. It's gonna be good stuff. It's gonna make this this interaction that we have better, and it's gonna give me at least more of a reason to get more done on stream and format better and make it easier to kind of like keep these streams really just like cranking. So we've got today and tomorrow to work on designs. That was another piece. I think it's always a mistake if you have like a vacation. So we have a vacation here in the US that comes up on Thursday. It's Thanksgiving. It's a weird vacation because it's a weird date to kind of have in there, because it falls on a Thursday and it just like kills the week, right? So Thursday you're off, Friday you're off, Saturday you're off, Sunday you're off. And Thursday becomes hard because you're eating like 10,000 calories in one day. And I think it's a mistake to go into dev right before that, because I will forget everything I'm supposed to be working on. Or like if we go and we set up the dev environment and we get cranking on like Electron, there's a good chance by Friday I will have forgotten everything. So this week is going to be just today and tomorrow, and then we'll get on track next week and maybe do a full week next week, because we'll really be cranking into the development cycle, and that's always fun to kind of like just push it as hard as we can in the early stages. So I'm not gonna CSEC, you asked if you can get a little spoiler on the exciting stuff. I don't want to say too much right now, just because we don't know how much of it's gonna materialize, and I don't have like a good way of kind of explaining it without blowing the surprise. So essentially, like, I guess we could boil it down to one thing: just better content. It'll just be better content, better for you guys, better for me, better for the products we're building. That stuff. Yeah, we're trying to get those workflows kind of ironed out, because it's and Noah, yeah. So it's something we can talk about it more when it comes to materialize, like, and maybe we can see how that's going to play out. I'm being very vague. I realize I'm being vague. I'm sorry, but it's on purpose. I don't like to do the thing where you kind of like unveil something that's not set in stone, because in my experience things change a lot before they happen, and I've always in my life been really wary of doing that, where you kind of get people excited on. I almost find that like if I get people excited about something, it's not going to happen. Like it's just like I've sent out some flare into the universe that's gonna, like, as soon as it hits the sky, it's just gonna be like it's just going to disappear, you know, clear as mud. Yeah. Yes. A good trick to being a software dev is to be vague enough to get your point across barely. Just that gentle, like, little, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place today. Gotta get back into it. I was doing different types of work today. I think that always kills you. I was like in spreadsheets today. So okay, what are we working on? Let's get this figured out. I got a few things on paper. We're gonna start with a design review, just a mini design review. Kind of let's go through and see what we built on stream. I know this is just sort of like catch up work. Just reorient though. So we what we did is we trailblazed out a couple of screens here to show how we could interact with text files. So there's text files that we use in the app to build boxes, which are these things that are going to deploy locally and deploy in AWS. And we thought it would make sense to make it so like they're easy to work with like this. I'm just going out with this. There we go. Make it so it's a little easier to work with, but still maintain like the power mode for the people that just would prefer to edit it directly. We got the menus figured out here. Like, so this stuff is, again, not set in stone, but I think it's a pretty good representation of how an individual project's contexting is going to work. And I think we're good on this stuff on the left, which is like your overview of different projects you have going, and then deep dive details. I have a couple things that I believe make sense to add to this. So let's go in and add them. If we're working in a local project, the local project represents file system access to a project sitting on your desktop. And these are things that like you're going to be actively developing them. So wouldn't it make sense to do something to like this button right here means jump into it on the website, like open a browser and go to whatever the DNS thing is for this guy. Wouldn't it make sense to have something to open up the file system quickly, right? Like you're just like, boom, open the folder. So let's find a little glyph that'll say folder, I guess. We're going to play find the icon. Where are you, folder? There must be a folder. Yes, right there. So we have either this guy or this guy. Do we have like an outline version on one of those? I feel like that might be a little blocky. There we go, right here. This one or this one? This one or this one? File folder, oh, open file folder. Let's go with that guy. See how that works. Yeah. Okay, and we're just going to leave it kind of right there. I'm going to make this a different color so it kind of sticks out a little bit. Cool. Okay, and I think there's even one more that we can add, but we're going to have to see if it's doable. So let's open up L Google here and see Sublime Text. So this is the idea. Hold on. We'll figure it out. Sublime Text T. Sublime Text 3. What are these things called? Flags. Nope. That's not it. Maybe this. So what we want to see is, can we open up Sublime Text 3 and VS Code and tell it to open a folder? Because when I work in Sublime Text, I have that option. But I have to go through the interface for it. So I can go here, file, open folder, or open recent, and I can Dingleberry. I can open up Dingleberry here, and it opens the folder right up. Let's see if we can do that, because that would be great if we could just, you know, Sublime Text 3 exe, throw a flag at it, open the folder. That would save time, right? Like tangible time. Where would this be? where do these things show up? These are not the things I'm looking for. This is like API within the app. What is it called? Is it called like a command flag or something? Ooh. Let's see. Did this person pull it off? Mjohan, I think, is that how you say your name? Is it like Mjolnir? Mjohan asks, doesn't Subble work? I don't know what Subble works. Subble is. So is Subble the Sublime shorthand? Okay, look. So here we've got that guy for users running bash, i.e. most people. Really? Most people? That's presumptuous. Ismail Moghul. That's presumptuous. Yeah, let's try it. I got to get a path to hit. Hold on. Nick, did you find the actual? We could go to Stack Overflow where people are discussing it, or we could go right to Sublime Text Forum. Yeah, that's the thing. That's it. So what is this? Python? I don't know how to tap that in with it. We don't want to do anything where we've got to tell them install this thing in Sublime Text. If it's to that level, no, it's not. It's a no-go. We just want them essentially to select like what's your default thing to open it with, and say like, we noticed you have Sublime Text installed. We noticed you have VS Code installed. Just select which one you want to open it up with. I don't want them to have to install anything. Okay, so there's our path. Subble's not recognized. Okay. So it's not. What can we? How do we simulate this? This is so far outside my comfort zone. I don't know what I'm doing. To open a folder. Well, you're in the folder you're trying to open. That could work. We can shell in. Let's do. But it's not in the path. So that would be a setup for the user, right? Again, what I'm sort of looking for is if I right click this. Like, I want to pass something to the end of that. To the end of this. And just say, like, open a thing. During the select editor step, we could run the command to export that command. I am so confused on this. So you're saying we could run a shell command to do this? Okay. So we would, instead of like hitting the Sublime Text exe, we would shunt in some function that's going to run a shell command, and the shell command is going to be able to pull that off. And then the user, from their perspective, will just see the Sublime Text thing open up. You hit the Subble, which comes with Sublime, just not in the path yet. Okay, so we would have to identify where Subble is, stick it in the path, and then once it's there, we're good. I don't have VS Code installed, but if it's the same thing, I think we'll figure out a way to do it. I mean, like, just my idea on how to do that was one way to do it and probably not a good way, and you guys came up with a better way. So as long as it's like a thing that we can work towards and get working, I think just a function like that is sort of like a no-brainer thing to add to this. So let me just, and let's find another icon. Give these guys just a little different spacing. Okay, let's grab one for this guy. An icon that says I'm opening up a text editor. Probably like that little, there's like one with a code bracket, like a terminal bracket. That probably implies a terminal. If you want to get fancy, we could just have the icon be the icon for the app they selected. I don't know where that would live. Come on, let's find the icon. What in here looks the most like open the file up or open the folder up to inside of a text editor? I mean, would it be something like this? No, that's like a paragraph indentation. But I almost feel like that's sort of indicating like I'm going to edit it. Halfway down, extreme left, code brackets. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, that's the code button. Doop. Okay, and because it's Font Awesome, got to make it a little bit bigger because it doesn't match the size of the other ones. Thank you, Font Awesome. And we can also just consider doing, I don't know, that in text without dropping an icon in. Do we want to maybe try a different color for that guy too? Just, what do we have? Got old Pinky. Old Mr. Cyan, that's already being used. Yellow guy. Brown guy. Huh. Brown guy. Maybe brown guy. We could change it later. I like brown guy. Yep. All right. Do I like brown guy? Now that I see it. Now that I actually back out and see it. Maybe just that yellow. Just a little bit of yellow. Yeah, we'll just leave it like that. Always can change it later. Applied it to both the designs, so we're all good. Okay. So I think that's that part being good. I think we can do better on this stuff, but I don't want to touch it yet. We can do better on this little line here, this little line. Some of the colors here can probably shift a different way. I think we're good on it. Let's see. We didn't move these down here, so it looks a little, these are different now. Why don't we do that real quick, just so I don't have a design brain fart later and think I intended two different outcomes for this. Yep. Copy that. Noah, definitely based on the project. Definitely. Without a doubt. We got to go inside the matrix to grab that. Boop. We're in the matrix. Go. Go. Back to the top. So there's been some funkiness lately with Illustrator and the GPU previews. I don't know what's going on with it. Like the GPU preview looks like crap. Boop. Well, that's cheating. The text render is all weird though. Well, now it doesn't, of course. But like every so often, if you leave GPU up long enough, this stuff will start getting weird. Don't know what's going on there. I think this Illustrator 2020 has a lot of issues though. Cool. So we're good, I think, on these two screens. Let's make some more. So if we look through our IA doc, I went through today and I highlighted out what I foresee needing designs for. I think we need to do an add project screen. We're not going to do that right now. That might be a nice capstone tomorrow, and say like that would be the end of the design run. We need to do the section on components. So inside of this app, components are the components section of the project configuration, or even just the project panel for components. This is where you would like add and remove components. That's all it's there for. It's not there to determine if components scale or how they scale. It's not there to like, maybe you could open up terminals to hit it or something, but I don't think so. I think that like this is just to set the configurations for components, name them, etc. So when we go and add these components, we went through these on stream and did all the IA, so we know what the different variables could be. And here's where it gets, in my opinion, kind of interesting. Like the web and worker component are the same. That they're pretty much they're pretty much the exact same thing. These components are going to be based on whatever language you already set up in the project. So if you have a Ruby project, it's going to be a Ruby web instance or component and a Ruby web worker instance or component. You're not going to have like a Node.js worker on a primarily run Ruby box. I don't know if that's a limitation of the way the box files are set up to be consumed by the Nanobox image creator, or if it's a limitation that like it's not. I don't know. I would never say you couldn't do this. I would never say like, oh yeah, if you have a Rails server, why not have a different type of worker if that's a specific type of thing? It's just JSON flying in and out of those things, so who cares if it's a PHP worker or whatever. But for simplifying the project and staying on parity with what was launched, we're going to make it so those are the same thing. So we don't really have to worry about those. We'll do one of these. We'll probably do the web one because it's a little bit like more broken out. The data components. This is where stuff explodes because every type of data component has its own little thing. So let's open up the guides for Nanobox. There are eight different types of data components that they roll out. Every one of them but one is its own branded thing. So it's going to have version. I bet even storage has versioning. But I think storage, this is just like your basic umphs. Yeah. And it does have versioning. Okay. So every single one of these guys has a different set of configs that can be passed to it. So like MySQL is obviously going to have different configuration. Oh, gee. What are you even doing with MySQL at this point? MySQL is going to have all of these different configs that can go at it. And we need, we need to know what of these are booleans and what aren't booleans, what are strings, like it says off here and on. I wonder if those are just booleans or if there's going to be like a third state that's like auto or a fourth state that's like you set a number and it does a different thing. So we kind of need to know. Max connections, again, we need to know. It says 1024 there, it's an integer. It could end up being like, oh, there's a way to say auto there, but not for max connections. But you know what I mean? Like we need to get visibility into all this stuff. And luckily there's like a good deal of documentation here. But oh geez. So here's the thing. Here's one of the things, right? Like here's the max connections. We're going to have to look at this and make sure that it's integers. We have to see what the max values are, what the min values are. Who is running a 100,000 connection? How much RAM is that? That's got to be a fair amount of RAM to open up 100,000 potential connections. A lot of CPU, I'd imagine, too. Hi, Kronos. So we're going to just have to go through all that stuff at some point. Not yet. But we just know that these data components, it's not a like one and done thing. This is what the, MySQL looks like. And then, let's look at Redis, because Redis is like a different animal, right? And Redis has got an entirely different set of configs. Like, is there any parity between those two? I doubt it. I bet this is totally different. So this is where all our work is. If we just found where all the work in the project is, it's in the data components. So when we do this, we're just going to need to know for now, the farthest we need to go, I think, is just sort of showing what some of those things will look like. We can show what a multiple config thing looks like, but that's global. Like, that's how all the multiple things will work in the entire project. We can show how booleans work, which will, you think of like a checkbox or an on-off switch. And we can maybe show how enumerated values would work. So if we know that there's a small set of enumerated values, that's like a drop down. That's like a boop, and then you select from a drop down whatever the thing he wants to be. We need to get a way to add these. So if you're adding a web or a worker component, that's just a button that says like add it, name it, done. That probably doesn't even need to be a wizard. It can just be like a very easy to do thing. For these data config setup things, it's going to have to be like, what are you adding? Are you adding one of these 8 things? Hopefully. And then you're going to have to name it and do the rest. There's an additional step in front of that. And I'm curious if we can like somehow come up with a way to make that more cohesive, make that more flowy than actually adding the extra step. So I don't know. Let's see how this rolls out, because I think at the core of something like this is like you're gonna have this wow, that just got real fancy. Let's put a gradient on that. Let's not do that. Let's go like marker. Okay, so at the core of like a screen like this, you're gonna have like your list of components here, and they're probably broken up like into web and data. This is horrible. But then you're probably like, I think what makes sense is you kind of have like the little thing here that's saying like how many of each, and that acts as a list filter. So if you select one of these things that says like you have one web component and you happen to tap that, it'll filter out the list and show you just the web stuff. I think though, adding stuff, this is where we're gonna have to do some like design jujitsu. It's probably like a little dialogue, and it's probably like, we know there's only these 3 types of things. Oh, it's not gonna fit. But imagine if we had 3 boxes here, and it was like web, worker, data, and then maybe like a blank for the name and a button to add it. I think that's sort of how it looks. Granted, you can always just jam it another way. Like there's always different ways to jam it. You can just say, okay, you just jump in the text file and start writing, and then this will figure out what you wrote in the text file and show it back to you. So I think the problem is if you select a worker or a web component and you type in the name and you hit add, that's all you got to do. For the data component, again, you're gonna have a splinter. So that's the data. You're gonna have this splinter of 8 different options, and I don't know a great way to do that. Maybe we could just do like you click it and it sort of like slides this grid in to choose from or something. Don't know. It's the odd one out though. So mega.io is offline for you. Let me check. Oh, dang it. Where is it? I don't know where. Oh, yeah. We can't set up, we can't use SSL on it because there's reasons. We're using one of these like basic site builders for it. So no SSL. They wouldn't take it. And I asked them, why don't you have SSL? And they said, well, most people don't need it. Okay. Sure. Okay. let's make some interface. Let's make it happen. All right, so this will have it'll share a lot of the stuff that this artboard has. So I'm just gonna copy pasta this thing. Oh, that's not how you do that. That's just moving it. Let's copy that into place. Make sure just the cursory view is everything in place. Yeah, okay. We're gonna have the guide in advanced. We are not gonna do the advanced run on this. Going good, Slayer. Thanks for asking, man. We're gonna do another layer. So again, the reason we're not going to do the advanced is because the advanced is just a text editor, and we already have that. Happy birthday, man. You made it another year. Yep. That's how old I am. Imagine if I was 25 and I looked like this. Just been working in a factory my whole life, getting beat down. All right, so let's take a look and see if anything else changes here. We have top bars up here for global setup, local staging, and prod. I think this doesn't have that, right? Because your components aren't going to change. They're going to be the same thing right across. And again, this is just component setup. It isn't component scaling or anything like that. So let's get rid of those other things. Just to keep the pattern, I'm going to keep global setup in there and the design. That might be something we can easily, pull out later. But it almost like, to me, makes sense to leave that there as sort of a like, hey, this is what you're doing. You're setting up for everything. We are going to nuke this guy out. See you on the flip side. Nope. Just deleted something else. See you later. What is this thing? Okay, so that's some little screen we put there. And for some reason, that little box is behind it. So I got to go into the matrix and pull it out. Oh, that'd be great, Slayer. So it'd be great if, so we have that project document, and I would love for you to contribute, Slayer. I think you get a lot out of it. If any of you guys want to contribute, there's a huge part of this that's going to be open source and needs all the hands and eyeballs it can get. Yes, Nick seems to get the Electron end of it pretty well. But we're not going to open source the Electron stuff. So keep that in mind. You will see it on stream. You will never see that like in a repo where you can mess with it. But it's Electron, so you can stick it in a repo and mess with it. All right, so let's see if I left myself some notes here. Section doesn't deal with scaling or anything like showing stats. It's there only to add and remove components from the build files, okay? Probably need a commit changes dialog. Yes. So that would be like if you're messing with it, you probably, once you set it all, would want to hit a button that says like do that thing, because it's going to permeate right through. It'll have to like restart the box, the whole shebang. All right, so add remove components. So we have 3 component types. We actually have a stack of components here in the design. So I think what we should start with probably is just like listing these 3 things out. I think in order of importance, it's almost like exactly like how it is here. You'll have the main component or your web components listed on top, then data, then workers. So we have 1 web, 2 data, 4 workers. This is going to be tough, though, to get right. Ugh. No, where did that whole thing go? Okay. Maybe lock that up. Okay. So we have design lines right here. Now we kind of get into using icons for this, right? So the web component is Ruby. So why don't we get our design folder open and start dragging in a Ruby icon, a Redis icon, a Postgres icon, and the workers are all Ruby. So we'll keep it as is. Maybe we can do a little delineation on the Ruby worker. Ugh, so many folders. Go. Okay. Postgres. Did we just fail like one icon in? We don't have a Postgres icon. What is C1? Maybe C1 is Postgres. Nope. Nope. Don't delete it. Let's get it out of here. This is a horrible icon set. Script. Is there really no PGSQL? Nothing. It's like the most used database in the world, next to the Oracle and and MySQL. But it's like a big database. I guess there's like nothing like Mongo either. Dang it. So Postgres is the elephant. Let's go. I guess we'll just have to go find it. Okay. What's the other thing that we would need? Is Redis, which, yeah, there's no Redis. If there's no Postgres, there's no Redis. We could go see if there's Postgres files somewhere. Postgres logo. Because I don't know. Oh, that's horrible. We're not just going to put that in there. We can't use the Nanobox stuff. I don't feel like we can pull that. Redis logo. Just like a cake, right? Yeah, a little stacked up thing. All right, flat icon. Maybe we'll get lucky. Redis. Nope. Postgres. Nope. PostgreSQL. Nope. Yeah, MySQL is in that little group, but no actual databases. I better turn safe search on. There it is. Okay. Yeah, that's what Redis looks like. Sure. That's Redis, a minified jQuery file. Way to go, Adobe stock. All right. Redis is the one that I think we might be able to use. So let's go look at Redis's website. And I don't think they'll care. That's all. I don't think there's enough people there that care. And they would just be like, yeah, sure. You're telling people what this is. It's not a problem. Is this it? It's a PNG. Can we get that as an SVG? Or was that an SVG? World vector logo. Okay, yeah. So my general rule of thumb when it comes to making, we got a lot of them. My general rule of thumb when it comes to making color schemes and making colors work together, is like if you can just move within a monochromatic scheme around the, around like where your base colors are. That's almost always going to be like looking good. And when you need contrast, that's where it gets hard. Because contrast is like, well, it can become a mess quickly. What did we just paste? You can make some really bad choices. There's no like steadfast rules for contrast. There's some things that like you can kind of point to, things like complementary colors, but I'm telling you, complementary colors never look good. Like they look great on football jerseys and stuff like that, but they never look good as actual things. I'm sorry, I'm butchering it right now because I'm trying to do this too. As actual like logos, they really don't look good. So you kind of I don't know, like color should be more subtle than anything. Kind of keep that as your guiding force. You'll do fine. Just get these shrunk down a little bit. Yeah, so in the Redis logo, what they're doing is they're sort of moving through a monochromatic scheme. Same hue, same exact hue, different values of it. Yeah, okay. And now we need the Postgres one. Let's see what we can find. That's just horrible, though. I don't like that one at all. This is the worst. Like, could you draw a worse elephant? Maybe. Did they try to draw this better? I don't think so. I think they just stopped right there. I said, that's it. We got it. Like, Amazon doesn't even... they don't even throw it there. So maybe it's worth doing a run on these at some point and just coming up with our own. But I guess if we're just gonna jam it in for now, we'll grab this horrible thing. Ugh. It just pains me. Way to go, Windows. I asked you to open that. Did a good job. In you go, you ugly. Oh, it's so ugly. Look at this thing. This is why your kind is getting shot in Africa. In you go. Put a little circle around it for now. Thanks, Slayer. I just type SVG. It tends to get me ready to go. That's all I do. Just doesn't even center correctly. Of course it doesn't. Big stupid elephant. Oh, what just happened there? Oh, crap. So that logo came with strokes. And we got to take those strokes and we got to make them into shapes. Now I can scale it. There we go. Oh, it looks so bad. You know, since we're going to have that little thing where they select, we're going to need all of them. Might as well just prep the board right now. So let's see, what do we have in? I know we saw the MySQL. Let's grab that. That might be the only one. Oh, it's just the worst MySQL logo. I think it can go good here. Is there anything else? Do we have anything that would represent umphs? I don't know. It's probably just like a hard drive. I don't know. Elasticsearch. That's a negative. Rethink. Oh, why would it have rethink? That's a negative. Memcache, no. Mongo, no. So we can convert PNGs of these logos or something to SVG. At that point, though, I mean, we're just using these more or less as placeholders, but we want to sort of see what it would look like with a mix of graphics. Why? Why does it have to look like this? Is that really what Mongo's logo is? It's just like like a leaf? Yuck. Why is this a different one too? They don't have a brand person telling all these websites to take it down. Right, I'm just going to grab a bunch of them right now. So that's this place will probably have all of them. Memcache. Yuck. Oh, just why? Hold on, this one's clever. It's got a little Donnie Darko bunny right there. Wonderful. Rethink. That's it? It's just a word, rethink DB. Brilliant. Download that. Okay, do we want Elasticsearch or Elasticsearch? That one's an E. We're going to go with that. Go. Okay. You're welcome. Look at these. Pretentious. That's pretentious. And now we need something that sort of says storage. We can probably get that off of flat icon. Yeah, how do we say like disk storage or something? With a that's not even a hard drive though. That looks like a classroom fire alarm bell. I typed in the wrong thing. This can't be it. Like something like that. That makes me think of it. I type that in. See if we get anything better. Server. Ooh, we're getting fancy servers. Can we get one with like lights on? Yeah, the lights on it. That's what I think of. What else we got? Okay, we'll take it. Let's drag these guys all in. Close that. Wait. Oh, did I just close one? I don't know. We'll see if we got them all. Memcached. Let's get rid of that guy. Okay, so now we're faced with this situation here. I'm okay with that. Let's pull it in. Heal. Put a little circle. Group it. Good enough. Okay. Elasticsearch. Oh, that's easy. That's already a circle. What? Why did it just give me like the one piece? Oh, what is this madness? No. Somebody made that real weird. And you go. That's really weirdly made. It's using like masks or something. Maybe if we just delete the outer mask. There we go. It's a little easier. Yeah, Illustrator. I want to align it. Illustrator. It's like wanting me to align. It's like, do you want to align it with that text that's 40 inches above this? Yep, that's what I want, man. Surely I wouldn't want to just align it with the object that I'm putting my mouse on top of. That's not what we want to do. Come on. Still trying to get alignment up there. It's like, are you sure? Are you sure you don't want it up there? Doesn't make sense. All right. I feel like if the logos are this big, we're going to be in trouble. We're probably fine. Let's get some servers. These flat icons sometimes are a little sketchy. Yeah, just like that. They're just like that. Sketchy just like that. Okay, group it. Let's get a centered circle. There we go. Yep, that's the color I want. Group. Off you go. So Mongo, we just want the leaf. Give me that leaf. Nope, just give me the leaf. Whoa, what is that thing? What is going on with that? Why is that way up here? Is that the best way you could have thought to move that shape into place? Is that really the only way You could have figured that out. Okay, how about we just simplify that real quick? Friggin', come on. Okay, grab that. Oh, what? What? Didn't we just fix that? Oh, there's another one. Because why not? Okay, better. Is that grouped? Of course it's not. Group. Now, because some of these things are just sort of like icons, we're definitely going to need to have explicit words, things that say MongoDB next to these things, which makes RethinkDB the weird one. This already has the word there, but there's no way this is going to fit. Rethink may have a different icon we can use. Let's take a look. Just go look at this. They've got an R that's like just the R that looks like is their icon. Keep going through. Over here on the Nanobox stuff, they had put what I assume is a carp, like a picture of a carp on it. I don't know why you would think that, but yeah, look at that thing. It's like this guy. What is that guy? What is that? Who is this? Who is this guy? I want this guy as the logo. Who is he? What's his story? Here he is on the moon. Here, they're like weird little Japanese RPG magical characters. Like, they look like they belong in like the next Dragon Quest game. Yeah, that's what I want. What's his name? We need to find out his name. Because then I can search for an SVG, and that's what I want. I want that. I've never even used RethinkDB. I don't know what it is. Probably one person will ever use it, but that's fine. It's going to get that sweet logo next to it. What is your name, friend? It's like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Who would do this? Oh, what is that? Sviggy? Is that a Sviggy? I don't think it is. Let's go look. No, it's a PNG. So it's the Thinker. They call that guy the Thinker. Okay. I guess that makes sense. That's not an SVG. That's not. Come on. Give it to me. That's like as best as we're going to get is like a PNG version of it, which we could vectorize, but I think if we're vectorizing, like we might as well do our own version of that. So for now, we're going to do the R. As much as I want that guy, we're just going to grab that R. Body slam it into this thing. Of course. Yeah, why would it preserve that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fix that. Well, minus front should fix that right up. Yeah. SVGs are got to be the weirdest things ever. There is no end to the weird stuff that happens, because like you'll make a thing in Illustrator, you can do all these tricks when you're making it to make shapes happen, right? Like if I wanted to kill the foot on this, like I could go in and edit the path, or I could just like do that and make it that color, and now I've got the shape now. But yeah, so people will do that. Designers will do that. They'll save out the SVGs, or they'll do like a quick and dirty clean process, and it comes out with those weird things. For like the R, for whatever reason, came through without it's like missing whatever that thing's called. It's not a bowl. It's like whatever the typography term for that guy is. Super weird though. Okay, so we got all these, let's get them all sized down. And these don't need to stay circles. It's just if we start them as squares and want them to be circles, it's a little bit harder. It's easy peasy to make that a circle or a rectangle or whatever we want. Because Illustrator's vector, we're not really doing anything here other than telling the renderer how big to make these. So we're not losing anything. So we make them smaller. Still zoom way in, turn off the pixel thing. Still have all those shapes. Okay, so at that size, is everything legible? Yep, pretty legible. Okay, now this is the odd man out. So let's see, do we have our 8? Nope. What are we missing? We're supposed to have MySQL, Mongo, Redis, Memcached, Postgres, Rethink. We're missing Elastic. Let me go find it. There you are. The biggest of them all. It couldn't have been any bigger. All right. Yep. Cool. Okay. So before we do the little top form thing, let's lock up some of this stuff and make the overview list filter thing. I can't imagine. If you guys can maybe give me some insight on this. Have you ever worked on a application where you were like managing 20 components, 30 components, anything in that range, 40, 50, more? I feel like most apps, even big ones, will only end up having like a dozen components. And that's going to kind of influence a decision here to like, should we add in like string matching? Because my idea is we'll just put like, let's start working it out. We're just going to put in like some bars here that say web and how many web components there are, as opposed to like going all out and putting the search bar so you could, you know, find one. I can't imagine. I've never seen anything with like 50 components. I've never even seen something with like 30. So I can't imagine what that would look like. And at that point, how much RAM do we need to stick on a box to turn that on? Little rounded corners. Oh, that is so not bright enough. Zol4. You just asked how did I get the Mega IO? When I came out of my like corporate dev career, the long short story is I came out of a corporate dev career. I was given some money to start my own thing. We didn't really know what we were going to build, and we didn't really know what we were going to name it, and we ended up picking MAGA as the name because we could buy the domain and because it was easy to pronounce, easy to say, easy to spell. And we bought maga.io like in 2014, maybe 2013, before anything else happened, before like any of the other stuff politically or whatever came up. So it was kind of crazy. And it didn't even hit my mind until after the election that we had it. And I was like, oh man, like, yeah, sell it. I don't think it's worth that much. No way. Maybe. Do we just do that? Is that the end of the stream? We just are like, we can get a lot of money for that domain name. Way more than we could selling an app. I guess we could always rename it. That'd be hilarious though. Just cash it out. That's the end of it, boys. We've done it. $1 million. I don't think so though. I think maybe you could get like probably a reasonable amount of money for it. Maybe like $10,000, like something that's a lot, but not enough. You know what I mean? That's a maybe. I would guess it's easily like a $2,000 domain. But going any further than that, I don't know. Active components? Sure, that's a word. Total components? I don't know. Is there any way to differentiate like data versus web versus worker? Maybe. Maybe. So total components here. Let's light that up. I have a command you can run Zol4 to see the project. You should just hit that command. You can go back to the streams we did last week. The first one, probably your best bet. What the width we want? Let's make this an easy to work with width like 360. Yeah, then we'll chop this up into 3 pieces. Yep. I don't even know what that's aligning to. Let's make that yellow. We're just making some alignment boxes. One of the tricky things with Illustrator is like, unlike things like XD, Illustrator doesn't have a lot of tools in there for columning and saying like I want a grid with X number of items on it. So you kind of have to do it yourself like this. But this isn't really that hard. Like this is a minuscule amount of real work. We'll just put this here and then we're gonna go bonk. Yep, that was not what I wanted. We're gonna try to block out that color. No, it's just grabbing. Yeah, I guess that's close. It's grabbing like some other layer. Take that, move it here. Yeah, little pill guy. And then we'll have like web. Worker is the longest word, so. Worker, and so the idea would be you click this. You tap one of these and it like will filter those things out if it's tapped. Let's get that looking a little bit better. So I don't know if we're gonna stay inside of Source Sans for all of the UI, but we're gonna try to at least stay in the Source whatever family. Source Pro. I don't know if it's going to work out. Mr. Balrog here with Pro Illustrator tips. So we'll say 1 web component, 2 data components, 4 worker components. Center, and so yeah, the hard part becomes like now we're needing to get these centered inside, and there's like no good way to do that. I'll just do like stupid stuff like this to get alignment. Once you do it one time, you can get rid of it. Oh, you found one? All right, let me grab it. Off stream, because who knows what I was doing on Discord today. You made it? Yeah. Let's see. Oh. Thanks, Noah. Let's see. That's going to be a problem. Why is it so light? Huh. We can fix that. No. Give me that. Yeah. Nope. Give me the dark color. Nope. Come on. Oh, you're just messing with me. There we go. Yeah, cool. Thanks, man. Let's fix that then. It's probably not even gonna just like be completely illegible. You watch. We'll just do this as an option. It's so tiny. It's gonna be so tiny. Go in. He just barely fits. What's that? He just barely gets his big self in there. I'm here to manage your data. This guy. There we go. That could work. Okay. The cars. When I first started to use Illustrator, no, I wouldn't say when I got into college, we had to go through Illustrator boot camp. All Illustrator boot camp was tracing stuff, like making silhouettes. And it progressed from like birds, which are really easy, like do a silhouette of a seagull. It's not really that hard. Up to like doing the actual seagull. Like that's stuff I will never do again. But it's such an effective way to teach somebody Illustrator that I get it. You know, like I completely understand why they want, like why that was part of that instructor's course for us. We gotta do something to make these not so whatever they are. Try less opacity. There we go. Yeah, I'd say Illustrator is a great, in my opinion, it's a great tool to have under your belt because it's super versatile. You're never really gonna find something that it doesn't do well, other than like image manipulation. But you're never gonna find something that it doesn't do well. You can design anything from just supplemental things like logos or buttons, icons, those kind of things, all the way to like you can do crazy artwork. Like data viz, doing data visualizations out of Illustrator is amazing because you get tools that'll help you actually plot the data. Like you can kind of come up with your own rule set and say, okay, I'm going to do this project in millimeters or pixels or whatever, and each pixel is going to represent like one of the data units. So then you can make ultra accurate, really pretty graphs, like just because you're using sort of this little trick. You can't really do that in Photoshop too well because Photoshop uses a lot of relative units and just not as it's not as precise. And trying to move stuff around in Illustrator sucks, or in Photoshop sucks. But in Illustrator, you can set up grids. Like right now, I'm working on a pixel-based grid, which is super tiny. But if I wanted to, I could set grids up that would be like every 10 pixels or 20 pixels or something, or 120 pixels. And we could turn the grid on and just have this thing overlaid onto every single artboard, make it really easy to line things up. So move these guys down just a little. And as I see it, so we're trying to preserve vertical space here, but I think this would work better as a sort of top-bottom thing. Yeah, there's the idea. Okay. And we want to, yeah, we'll just show them all instead of, I was going to say we could show it screened out. I'm going to get it, oh, we already have one. Make sure we have a guide there. Just going to tap this down just a little bit more. Okay. All right, so we're going to do a web component first. So that'll be our Ruby. Yep. About to get serious. Let's push that off grid like that, halfway off grid. 35 pixels. Let me see what that's going to look like rendered. I think that works. I think we go a little bit bigger. Let's see, like 45. Yep. Tap it back in. Ooh. Ooh, it just doesn't want to be right where I want it to be. Okay. So what does a component consist of? Well, in this stage, a component consists of it has a type, it has a name. So the type is going to always be web, data, or worker. As a name, which is always a like dot pattern. In this screen, it won't have statistics. It'll have some controls like remove. Maybe config, but I think the config should probably just be right here. So maybe it's something like you can roll out for any given component and just say, show me the config. And then you just get like a contained form you can edit. If we say just the web component, I'm going to copy paste in the config for that guy, because we'll work this out. All right, anything else? Anything we're missing? There's no need to connect things together here or anything like that. This is just saying this is what the server consists of. Cool. I think that's fine. As I unpin the thing I just pinned. Let's name it. So this would be, according to our use case, our little test thing here, it's going to be called web.main. Oh, you're going to be fun to work with. And because these are all going to be clustered, I don't think we need to like title the tops of them or anything like that. Okay. It's not looking right to me. It's looking a little big. We want to get as many of these on here as possible, I think. So maybe the name line and the controls are sort of like half of the circle. So like the name gets half and the controls get the other half. I don't know. Let's bump this down just a little bit so we kind of preserve the circle. We've been doing rounded corners, so I'm going to try that too. I think I'm just going to round the top right corner. Okay. How much space do we have left? That's 25. Let's cut this down to 20. That up just a little bit. Let's do this. Differentiate that it's like, you know, the web is just defining it so it can have this different treatment. It's like a slightly different text treatment. Just got to find that sweet spot for it. Yeah. And then main is the name. Okay. Just leave it like this. It's fine. Send it to production. We're using the Tesla Cybertruck as our design inspiration. All right, make another box, 20 pixels tall. Ooh, no, it'll be like 15. Yeah, and then this is where I'm going to try to jam some controls and stuff in. Move that up. Okay, so the idea is, let's say you tap this guy open to configure it. This will sort of like stretch out like an accordion or something would. We got to be really careful. So there's a reason I would normally make these wider. I would normally come right out to the edge and make sure that they fit like in a big long size. My concern is that this is right now an interface that's up like 1700 pixels wide, 1740. I need to make sure that we kind of get everything to work in this little tiny thing, because if you have this up on your screen, you're probably going to want to make it shorter, or less wide, narrower. That's the word. Okay, now this guy, you can't just be like that. Let's do a little subtle, yeah, more subtle like that. Okay, controls. We have removal and config. So yeah, I guess we could have a config as part of the controls, and then removal is the other part. So removal probably over here. Config is probably something you would just run right underneath the name. Ooh, yeah, that's how we spell that. Let's do all caps. I need to learn to work with this font a little bit better. We're going to stretch her out. That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good either. How do you, like, is there just not that many options with this font, Source Sans? Let's try Source Sans code. Source code? Is that the thing? No. It's not going to look good either. All right. We'll just try to make it work. I'm already foreseeing a font change. I like working with compressible fonts, like things that don't take up a lot of vertical space and they still read well. This guy is not that. It's a little big, a little smaller. In my head, this made a lot of sense as I see it. I don't know. It doesn't look good. All right. So we got to be a little careful because these are names and names can get long. Like when you're describing a function that it does for workers, you might name it really long. You might put version names on workers. You might have like cluster identification for databases. So we got to leave that alone. We got to give that as much space as we can, leave it alone. It's not clean, so we shouldn't put like remove up here, right? Huh. I think if they tap remove as well, like we're going to have a dialog that pops. So it says, are you sure? Let me keep working into this. Something about it's not right. Are there more controls maybe that we're not thinking of that we could put in there? configurations, removal. I mean, you could duplicate, but I don't know when that would make sense to hit a dupe button on that. You're going to have so many different ways to do things. Is there even a thing where we could get rid of config and remove and then like maybe put an arrow in the corner, and then removal is just something that shows up under that? Like, would you ever be removing these things so quickly that you needed to be like, I need a button right there? I think that maybe that's part of it. Let's make this short and just see. We're gonna make it the size of the curve, which is 10 pixels, just to see. Maybe it's just a nice little accent at the bottom. Make this 5 pixels taller. Or do we just leave that little opening right there? Yeah, I think that's it. Just a little tiny opening. Sort of fakes a drop shadow. That's not going to be easy to code. What am I doing? Yeah, just connect it. I'm going to pull back the corners on these. All right, make this shorter. I don't know if that really adds anything. It's now that this is tiny, I'm gonna try to brighten it up. I really don't think it adds a thing. We can always figure out something later, but I'm gonna get rid of it. I think that this has to contrast off the circle somehow, though. I've been wrong. Oh, let's just leave it alone. All right, we can fix this. We can fix it later. Let's get a little echelon looking arrow over in the corner. See if Font Awesome has something. So I'm looking for is kind of like the reverse of a carrot. I think that Font Awesome's got that in spades. We've got several options for it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the color we want. Just make it nice and easy to see. How obnoxious is that? It looks pretty obnoxious. Okay, so what about this is blowing it out? I think the logo is probably about the right size, but it needs to have more padding around it. So we're going to need to kind of encapsulate the logo inside of this bar shape. See if this helps. Nope. Yeah, you see that's just bad. So let's make the bar go out a little bit past where it is and make this a 5 pixels shorter. Okay, now this guy came off the pixel grid, so I gotta fix that. Because why would it stay on the pixel grid? Why would it do that? Even though we have all the configurations set up to do that, why would it make our life easy? Yeah, it's better. Okay, let's move this guy over a little bit too. Boop. And just for the sake of it, we'll move over the container because I don't want a negative margin just for a standard kind of box like this. Okay. A little brighter there. A little less bright on the word main. Getting there. Getting to be a little bit more kind of how I envisioned it. It just really doesn't. Do you see how it's locking? It goes like, do you want 474 pixels, or how about 474 and a quarter? How about that instead? Why? Why? Just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, that must be really hard code to write. Granted, like, it's probably conflicting against the things that make it easier to align things, but when you're $6 billion into development, you'd think you'd get it better. Let's make this a little bit tinier. Let's go down even by like 75%. Let's see how that looks. Let's go down another 30%. I'm just gonna save it, just want to look. That's where it's entering into can't tell it apart. Okay, so it's really about that 30 pixel height where it sings. I'm gonna pad it in 10. Let's try 5. Yeah, we're gonna need our own icons for this, I think. Probably not to get started though. We'll put it on the list of like V2. Is there anything else we can maybe do here? Yeah. Okay, let's do an equidistant split. So we'll take whatever that is, 5 pixels. Move it about 5 pixels this way, and we'll split the container. Kind of give it the it's like it's like the equivalent, I think, of like a colon or something. Let's see what that does. Nope. Move it over. Maybe. There's something in my head that makes sense here. Just not doing it yet. This is hard because it's not the right color to pull the background up. stuff can we do with that? Gross. The first thing I try. Gross. That's disgusting. Let's take that out of its container. Illustrator. So one thing Illustrator does horribly is transparency. It doesn't know what it's doing. I don't know if I'm missing some trick, but it does not reflect how anything else does transparency. Absolutely does not. Mostly, like, it does the opacity just fine, but not the mixing modes, which are like, the mixing modes are the things that tell you like, oh, it's supposed to not be a overlay. It's supposed to multiply through, you know. Yeah, sure. Why is that not white? There we go. Try that blue. Why? Why? It says it's blue. It is clearly not blue. About that color. What is going on with that thing? We're just going to expand it. It decided as a font it didn't want to take new colors, so Illustrator. What? And it still just doesn't want to take new colors. What if we remove you, replace you? Nope. Now it's really broken. Great. I do not sometimes this program, I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know if I angered it or something. They're putting so many of these smart features in, like you really do have to wonder like how sentient it is. Ooh, we're getting there. This is about what I was thinking. Like this sort of like little, I don't know, like the language setting on the side is just like it's an indication so you can move through it quickly. But I didn't want it to be too overwhelming. Like the other way I've seen this executed, I think that they ate up way too much space on the road to executing it. And I just wanted to make it slimmer. And this sort of, I think we're there. Gotta make that button come up a little bit. Who knows how that's gonna work though. Try 50 up, maybe 40. Maybe. That's a little bit of a thick button. We'll just live with it. Okay. Put that here. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do these as a list first, and then we'll come back in and do them as like we'll do one more screen where we show this section pulled down. So we're also gonna need up here like an add component thing. We'll do that last though. So now we just need to make a bunch more of these guys and figure out how much they space and all that. As I look over here and see the pattern I'm trying to make already set up for me. I have a pro tip for internet while we kind of copy this design thing. If you want really good internet, okay, for just a little bit more, it doesn't matter what provider you're with, go for a business package. On a business package, oh, my internet's going to go down now, you watch. On a business package, I've lost connectivity 2 or 3 times in the 4 or 5 years I've been here. That's it. This suddenly looks a lot worse. Okay, data DB, data Redis. This is how I name my components. The first one's called DB. The other one's called Redis. Not data Postgres, just data Redis. This will say worker. 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 And then, sure, there's probably one called, yeah, main mailer. Yeah, and sometimes I'll just name it thing. I feel like fine when I'm doing that stuff. That's not good, right? Like I just feel fine when I'm doing it. I don't even think. I'm like, yeah, I just call it thing. And then like future Greg shows up 6 months later. It's like, what have you done, you idiot? Again, you've done it again. I'm in a constant battle of trying to destroy future Greg. Part of me, just a small part, wants to go through these and make them different colors for all these different things, but I think that would be confused. It would like add an unnecessary amount of confusion to the whole thing. I don't even know if you need the first part of that to light up like that. That's fine though. Okay, so the first database is going to be Postgres. That should be fun to stick in there. Let's grab that. Oh yeah, this will start looking great now. We got a thing that works good with Ruby. Let's see if it'll work good with this. Probably not. Don't know how. I have no idea how that's going to look good. Maybe it'll be fine. I don't know. 25 pixels tall. So constraint on these will be by height. Okay. Let's just center it. Hope goes all for the best. It's not the worst looking thing. I've seen worse. I've designed worse. I'll take it. See, maybe if going to white is the trick there. Nah. So these sort of have to be just inside of each other's value range. All right, Redis. Did I take and copy and paste that Postgres logo never to be used again? No. I just copied it right over there. Never instanced it. All right, Redis 25. Yeah. No, Redis doesn't look too bad. I don't like these little echelon things though. A worker, all the workers are going to be Ruby. So we've got them all right there. Is there something we could do that would make them feel more like a different thing than me? Maybe all we have to do is take these and like, why don't we reduce the size and make them, half the size? Let's try that. Let me just save it and see. Let's do, so they're 25 pixels tall right now. Let's just try maybe just 20 pixels. Just enough. Not loving that part, but I think that's fine. If I'm hitting this, I see all my components really quick. I see these guys. I think, like, again, this can be a lot better. But just to kind of get the base design in, I think if we kind of, or if I kind of keep remembering, like, let's just get it done for now. Once it gets, I always forget that I can go, and once the project is actually built, it's so easy to change the design of components like this. We just have to make sure the right buttons are there, right, and the right information's there, and everything else is easy peasy to change. Okay, so now we have to put in the add component dialog. Let's see how that's gonna work. Okay, so if I'm adding a component, what do I need to do? well, step one, I need to pick a component type, web, data, or worker. There's no end to the amount of components that you can add. There's no reason you couldn't have 10 of each one of those, or 5 of each one, or 0 workers and 1 data and 1 web, or just a web or just a data. So there's no hard set rules here. Then I need to name that component, but that's a third question mark step, because 2, if I pick, if a data component is picked, I have to pick a data component type. Type engine, what would that be called? Flavor? Yeah, but that it's going to be like MySQL or Postgres. Then I name the component, and then I should probably have some way of like submitting, adding right there. Okay, so out of this, we can, that's the hard part to adjust for. Pick a component type, web data work, that's easy. And the components. So, do we want to do this like all out in the open? Or do we want to do this with like a slider? If I do it with a slider, I think that becomes a lot easier. So you kind of have like a, let me see if I can just, yeah, I'll delete it. Don't need it to be that big. Let's see, 5 pixels, 3 pixels, okay. So yeah, if we do, let's say we don't do it with the slider, we're gonna have to list off like pick web, pick, why is that so tiny? Stupid. Okay, again. So if we're gonna do it, so you have one that says web, one that says data, one that says worker. You select one of these, and then like if it were an all-in-one, then we could actually have like the thing here that says like set the name. We could have the thing here that says like submit it. And that would always be visible. Now, if we did a wizard pattern, the wizard pattern would maybe look more like this. It would look like web, data, worker. And then once you click on one of those, yeah, that's what I want to do. Once you click on one of those, let's say if it's web, it'll just say add the name and then add. If it's worker, it'll say add the name and add. And if it's data, it will say pick from the icons, which are probably going to have to be named icons because the icons aren't terribly clear. And then you would click one of these, and then you get that thing where it says add the name and add it. So that's the question. I like the wizard. Is the wizard going to be like a lot more to develop? I don't think that's a component that like comes baked into Vue. We're going to have to be doing stuff inside of Vue that I've never, like I'm working with Vue for the first time. I understand I'm going to lose access to my favorite tool set, which is jQuery, which I can do a lot of, like if I need to. You always got old jQuery, but I probably do all that with CSS, right? And then just overflow hide, and you're kind of like scrolling, you're manually scrolling a window across the screen. Let's do the wizard. I think the wizard's better. Okay, so Nick Stock, you said you would need to pick a service type for workers in Web 2. No, I don't know why, Nick. So in the way Nanobox is configured, as far as I know, there was nothing in the docs that could tell me how to push a, like let's say we have a Rails app. I haven't seen a single thing that had a Rails app with or a Ruby app, something that's built on the Ruby engine that additionally has a node worker, or even just like a Perl worker. Maybe we should look at Perl because Perl's kind of the thing. No guides. Well, that would be the one, right? That's the one you see. You see like old timey Perl scripts that get jammed in on modern projects. That happens all the time. Let's just even look at Ruby. I have never seen this though. Whenever I look at these config files, what I see is a single run config engine, like Ruby, you see, and then a runtime on top of that. I've never seen anything different. So if you maybe want to take a dive into that, I don't think, if it's not there, I don't think we add it. I understand why you'd add it. I totally get it. I think it's not stupid. It's definitely not stupid for workers, because you might be able to like get a slimmer version of something, or even just like having a different runtime, right? You might say, well, the whatever runtime is going to consume a little bit more RAM, so we'll use the older one. It makes sense to me. It totally makes sense, but I've never seen it. So considering I've never seen it, I don't see the reason why we should add it. It'll just give us a lot of work. We'll have to be in and out of those files a lot to make it so like the box files consume differently. There must be a reason if it's not there. So take a look. If you can find it, we'll add it in. If we do the wizard pattern, it won't be hard, right? So with the wizard pattern, we're already like, what do you call it? Like, we're already going to have that set up for the data component. So if we figure out, oh, it's totally feasible, possible, we'll just say like, yeah, if you select the web component, you get to choose it all again too. Yeah. I think, by the way, just as a side note, as we're talking about the core services and stuff that this adds, there's a very real, like, there's like a very real amount of stuff that we're going to have attached to this that should have like wizard configuration. A very, very real amount. So just inside of, whoa, let's get rid of that. Let me just bring this up really quick so we can all think about it, I guess. It's something to keep in mind. If we're booting up an engine for Ruby, not a lot to do with Ruby, right? Not a whole lot that you'd ever need to mess with for Ruby. But if you're adding an extra package called Nginx to manage the HTTP for the server, I kind of feel like there's a way to make Nginx easier to work with, because Nginx is not super easy to work with, and I don't know how we do that, because this is going to look for an Nginx conf file to run itself. It's like, if I look at one of my build files here, it's asking for an Nginx conf file to exist here. And if we go look at that config file, it's like a lot of stuff, right? This is fairly, like, maybe once you're doing this, you're already, in the matrix, and this isn't like a big deal, but I don't know, maybe it's like once you're using it, you'll know that you need it. I don't know. But you kind of get what I'm saying? Like, it's sort of like, I see these things here for the webmain starts, and I think like, oh man, like, is some new dev, is that one persona we have where it's like the person like Alice, is she going to get this? Is she going to, or is this going to be so frustrating that it's one click to add the package here and then that's it and you're on your own? Because something like Node.js, it needs no additional configuration. It's a package. Nginx needs additional configuration. It's a package. And I'm saying this Node.js within the context of a Rails project. You don't do anything to it. You just say, put it in there. It's needed as part of the bundling package stuff. And you just leave it there. So, yeah. I think we're gonna have to make a decision on this stuff at some point. Like, is this, I guess the question is that we all have to think about, is this a beginner tool, or is this sort of like beginner to intermediate tool? You're going to have to get your hands dirty kind of a thing. And, as people use it and they say to us like, hey, I didn't, like, this was totally unexplained. That's why we make, that's when we add to the documents and like we add to the guides and stuff like that. I just want to make sure we're doing it right now, Hmm. Add component. Yeah, Nick. I think so. I think we have the advanced stuff, so if you really need to get in there, you can. But again, I just think like I don't know. There's a part of me that says, can't we open up some more advanced stuff for people without overwhelming them? You know, like there's kind of like this continual conversation that I have and see that's like, I want to be doing this stuff, which I think is like DevOps light. It's not obviously what like a platform engineer or something would be doing for you. But it's like getting your feet into it so you understand it, so you can launch your own projects with, on AWS, and you can scale them, and you can launch your own projects on whatever you want to launch them on and scale them. But you just don't want to get all the way in yet. You don't have a need to get all the way in. When you get to the point where you need to get all the way in, you're making so much dang money with this app or whatever it is that you can afford the person, probably, unless you have a horrible business plan and your entire business model is like, I don't know, anime screenshots. I don't know. But like if that's sort of like if you have the problem of massive scale, need a platform engineer, you'll bring one in. This is to get people to that point, Thank you, Infiltrator. So Infiltrator, you just said it's easy to overthink stuff. That's what's happening right now, guys, fellas. I'm overthinking it. That's exactly what's happening. I'm trying to like just make sure I'm not making a mistake now, though. This is my I like doing design work. I genuinely do, but it's also my least favorite part of a project because I just feel like you can make a mistake here, and you sometimes will develop past the mistake because you didn't think something through. So this is the cheapest, in my opinion, other than in your IA docs, your architecture documentation. This is probably the cheapest, easiest place to catch your mistakes. So sometimes spending an extra day in design means a week of work doesn't have to be redone in development, So there's sort of like a little bit of a pressure when I go through this step, and it's sort of me saying like, oh man, like get it right, dude. Like don't screw it up. So Kuzma, you just asked how the last project we worked on, Badger, went. We stopped it. We stopped it right before launch. We got it right up to the point of having a marketing page and all that stuff, and put a pause on it. I had a lot of life events happen, which I don't really want to revisit right now. So that's like a weird button. We need to fix that. We need a button color. We don't have a button color. Let's see what's in the NASA style guide. What can we take from the NASA style guide? Okay, they got a gold color. They got a blue color that we haven't used yet. That might work. It's the cool blue. Old cool blue. They have a green that's definitely not. I can look at that and I can tell you that's not going to work. That guy might work. That might work too, but only like as a highlight, as like you're on top of the button. But Kuzma, I think we are eventually going to take the time to launch Badger. The difference with the launched version, that's not bad. The difference with the launch version that we're going to do is it probably will have different monetization than we originally thought. One of the big things we realized as we got closer to launching that guy was that the monetization probably wasn't going to work without dedicated sales. So I don't love the idea of having apps that need salespeople, So I just decided, like amongst other reasons, like put it on pause, reevaluate, and I think what we might end up doing is launching it. Oh, that's actually a really good combo. Ooh, that's a good combo. We might end up launching it minus monetization in big ways. And we might just say, like, if it gets some amount of users that we're going to figure out, I got to tone it down. If it gets some amount of users into it, we'll reevaluate and see if it makes sense to monetize it. But like maybe up to 10,000 users, which is hard as all can be to get 10,000 users to use your app, even if it's free. We'll just say, let it alone. Just let it be, you know, whatever it is. Orange for decision making, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, let's reserve it then. Let me find another color. So just like working through these variations. That could work. That could work as like a little selector. So that's like a nice, cool. Do I have enough contrast there? Yeah, probably. And I can probably tone that down, we'll say by half. So we'll get a nice little highlight color out of it. Even more. Let's see. Add web. Why? Why is that how I spell worker? Why? It's in my head. A worker. That's how my brain learned how to spell that. Great. And let me tone these down even more. Let's go with like let's try really subtle. How would that look? That looks good. Maybe we'll come in and that's black. Move down to bold. Okay. So that's sort of our basic setup for that page. Let's show the web one playing out, and then we'll show the data one. So we'll just, yeah, we'll see what that would look like if you clicked in. So my initial thought is we'll just remove these two buttons, leave this one here, and highlight it. I have to unlock everything on that board, though. That sucks. Okay, hold on. This is on two different artboards. Because I'm a dummy. Yeah, you're fine. There we go. Okay, so we know we'll have one where we just name this. We'll have one more to show the weird data thing. Move that over. And we'll have one more to show how you configure a box. Alrighty. I'm gonna add some text so we know what this looks like. And if we're like super zoomed out, we don't need to zoom into the images to figure out what they are. A little concerned that those two artboards are blank right now. Let's go. There we go. Oh, that feels better. There we go. So that's going to be components, guided, create web. Components, guided, create data. And then components, guided, config web. Okay, so let's say we're making one of these web. We'll move the opacity up. We'll delete these. So what we'll do is we'll slide these maybe like give him the appearance of sliding underneath the web thing. Then it's simple. We just need a name. So I need to cut in maybe an input. I always fight myself on this. So whenever I do inputs, I'm always fighting between, do I make like the box, the input box, or do you just like throw the border bottom on it and just, that looks cooler sometimes, or the material pattern. I guess we'll try both. Yeah, Nick, I know. I can't quit it, man. I like that pattern. I think it looks good. Like, we definitely need to light it up though. Boom. Editable. It's off grid. There we go. Name component, probably component name. What is wrong with me? Okay. Oh, I just thought of the easiest way to do this. We're not going to do it that way. We're not going to do it that way. We're going to try this way. We could have had a drop down that just said web data. That'd be so much easier. Okay, and whoa, easy. What else we got? What else wants to be selected? There we go. Okay. Because I just had this thought that you're probably gonna do this in front of it. You're gonna say the word web in front of it. Or whatever it is. And you see what I mean? As soon as I thought about this in my head, I'm like, oh, you could just click this and select data and select whatever else. And now we're not doing it this weird way. Things I wish I figured out earlier. Okay, so let's name this web secondary server or something nice and long. Get an idea for it. That's a little opaque, so I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna bring this down. Bring that down a little bit more. Go from bold to semi. How are we looking? We're looking cramped. And the problem with that is if it's named worker, it's gonna be different. Viable claim member, will the pass let you one-click install your shield link there? Yeah. That's the point of it. Do I have a library of Docker stacks for the pass? Can you browse? You'll build them yourself. So you'll just say I want a box with these components and we'll handle that part. How much have we failed if we put add component on the far side of this thing on the button to add it? Because that's what's gonna happen. Let's put a little box here. So we had to have a thing for this in the other screen, right? We came up with like this little, that guy. Let me get my hands on that thing. You're asking questions right now, Viable Clan member. I am not equipped to answer for you. I'm sorry. Why am I not equipped to answer it? Because we're not building it like that. That's not how that. That's not what the past does. You're gonna have to restart your whole process if you want to use this for a project. This isn't like a bring your own Docker. This isn't like a bring your own VirtualBox. Like, we're gonna handle the whole thing. So it's hard for me to say to you, like, expect this to work like something else, because it's a self-contained thing that does take advantage of Docker for the deployment process. Takes advantage of, different technologies that you're familiar with, but you're working within a sandbox. Like, there's a lot of different things that you can configure and set up, and you're just gonna have to try it and see if it works for you. I'm not trying to give you a solution sale right now where we just sort of, what's your use case? Let's see if it'll work. Like, we're not there yet. We're in graphic design phase. I don't have a better answer. I'm just not equipped. I don't have the architecture all figured out yet. I don't like that button. I don't like this whole thing. Dang it. This is going in the wrong direction. Like, there's a part of me that just wonders, do you just pop a modal? Yeah, I get it. It's just hard it's very hard for me to answer stuff that's that far out for us. So our goals are, like, first step is to get a local deployment. Second step is to get the like a single instance host over to whoever. And then the third step is to bust the single instance host into as many instances as you want and do the horizontal scaling, load balancing, all that kind of stuff. Lose all the buttons when you click one. Now we're talking. Yeah. That's the ticket. That is totally right. Because then you can do this little web dot to context it. Thanks, Nick. Noah, you had suggested to make the drop down instead of the button with just the add button on the right side of the text input, maybe. Let's see if we, like, how could we maybe, like, let's see. How are we going to get that plus button in there better? It's really difficult to do things like auto-growing inputs well. And that'll sort of leave this over here. So let's just say you have a line that's like this. Since we lose the button, let me pull in the button height from the other side. I think maybe what we do is we shift it up a little bit, and then we have the add underneath it. Yeah, so Infiltrator, you bring up a good point, is that people will do these vertical scales when you could be horizontally scaling, because a lot of people, I think, not even just find, horizontally scaling is a heck of a lot harder than just, like, adding more vCPUs to a box, right? You enter into, like, when you horizontally scale, you need a lot of different tools set up. And it's not that it's hard to set them up, it's just complex. And, like, why does the average developer need to have that in their tool set when we can do things like what we're trying to do? Do you know what I mean? Like, I think there's, like, I super believe in this product. Like, I think it's such a silly thing that these aren't commonplace, and that we're telling developers, oh, you should totally learn about setting up load balancers. You should totally learn about these automation scripts that you should be plugging in to flip these services over. No, you shouldn't. It should just be a button that you click. Really, it should just be a button. It's time. Yeah. maybe put the plus next to the add component, because it says that, well, add component is way at the top. And I think it's always a little bit weird to come down into a form and then come back up. You're going to naturally like look down a form or to the right. But I think naturally it's down. So what we'll do is I'm going to try something real quick. So we'll keep the button there. Yes, we will need a cancel button. Yep. Well, that's easy enough. We'll just do, let's do that real quick. You want to back out of this? Let's put a big freaking arrow. I'm leaving out the side. Let's grab a crappy one from Font Awesome. That's always done well for us. Look at the size of that echelon. That's the best we can do. Ooh. Those are some thick, like real thick line weights. Whew. Where's the skinny boys? Where are the little like nice skinny, you know what I mean? Like where's the little skinny guys? I think in the Font Awesome, like the Pro version, it's got the skinny boys, but not in the font that's installed on my computer. Yeah. Dang. Well, that's just an idea, I guess. But I think that'll do it. Like you just, oop, there you go. Get out of there. Yeah, one of these boys. Oop. Oh, that looks great. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Oh, it's not. This is looking worse and worse by the second. Yeah, I don't know. We get the idea, though. I think let's just agree that we're just trying to get the idea right now for this figured out, and maybe not so much the practicality of it or the actual high fidelity of the design or anything. We're just getting the idea. Move that down a little bit when this is open. Because how easy is it? I mean, really, guys, how easy is it to adjust this once it's HTML and CSS? And that's now revealing the problem, isn't it? So, Mr. Couture, you brought up a good point that the title saying add component becomes the button for add component. So, is there any jujitsu we can do here? I think so. Why don't we remove it saying add component there? We'll move it down here. We can either do that through an animation, or we can just pull it off screen with visibility, and then we re-add it down here at the bottom as a button. Myriad Pro, that's a great font choice. Yeah, very cool. Good catch. Very, very good catch. What is going on with this font stuff, man? This is funky. Every time I go to put colors in a font, it just says, meh, maybe. maybe we'll do that. I think we're actually going to want to make that like a dark color. We'll pull this out. Glad you're happy. That makes a lot of sense. You just earned yourself $1 MAGA. It's good for nothing. No cash value. Ooh. Oh, yeah, we got problems. Got competition going on here. Let's do something that's going to be real easy to do on screen here. Real hard to do with CSS. I'm going to try to see if we can line up the label. I'm also not happy with that Add. How about what if we said like add to stack, right? Because really, what you're doing here is you're building your stack, and that'll make like just as much verbal sense or whatever. You think it should be add to app? Since Alice won't know what stack is. But are you always working on an app? Like, would that piss off Breg? Because Breg is going to be like, I'm not building an app. I am building a thing to process photos. It's not an app. It's a piece of an app. And I'm just doing this with my hand every time. Yeah, we do. We want it to be referred to as the stack, right? We are in the... Yeah. Let's just say add thing. Add the thing. That's never taken us in the wrong direction. We've lost alignment on this, so let's just go with it. Oh, come on. Why would you resize that to 17.0683 pixels, Illustrator? Why was that? Come on. There. Now you're the right size. Okay. And why don't we just tap it in on the form element like that? Bring it down. I'm gonna give it a little more space. I'm not sure on the colors for add to stack. That's 100%, so it's probably a lot tiny. We probably want bigger words than that. Component name is right in the edge. That needs to be brightened up. Yep. It's hard. Working with monochromatic, you lose it quick. But you don't want to like push it too far. All right, let's get this up to button size. Say 16 pixels. Doop. Okay. You want that 144.3 pixels wide? Sure. It's a big boy. Oh, thanks, Lewis. Snap to pixel is turned on. So, Mr. Couture, if you were looking to like look at it for a second and think, I recommend screenshotting or something like that. I tend to move through these pretty quick. My philosophy, like when it comes to design, is iterate, iterate, iterate. I don't slow down. Yeah. I don't. I think you move real quick through options. You try it out. You move on to the next one when it doesn't work. The other option is slapping that on the side. Let the design come to me. What are you, Yoda? The Yoda of designs? Nah, we might lose it in a less wide window. Spacing is about right. So what's throwing this off is like this little guy. But I want that. I like that. So we're gonna make it work. Let's drop it down, kill some of the hierarchy on it. Okay. That's not really anything on alignment though. We need a style for this, basically what we need. We need like sort of like it's like a form confirm or a form save. So let's drop this style. This is killing us. We had one up here that I thought worked. It just said save here. Web should be worker since that's the longest one. Yep. Good point. Every time. I just have a brain disorder. I should go. They're gonna find out in a couple of months. Oh, he had a tumor the size of a baseball in there, right around the area where language was constructed. I'm not meaning to do it. It's just, you get like a muscle memory of a word, and like, how are you on? I'm gonna have to go to like an adjustment camp somewhere. Like, yeah, there's sort of some points coming up. If we have a button underneath and that button is entirely too tall, but we're going to give this a little bit of breathing room so we don't have to worry about how it connects to the rest of this. Yeah, that's a problem. I think I think that is my best bet. Stick it up and over. Because you're naturally, pulling through. You got two places where you can stick those things. You don't want it to be something where they hit enter and off it goes, because this really should be like a think about it for 10-second thing. It's humongous, so we can definitely work on that. How big is this fella? Maybe that's throwing it off too. Maybe that's up here. No, maybe that's in line. So we'll make it kind of this slick little sluggy duggy. That's 28 pixels tall. That's plenty tall for a button. Why? I can live with that if you guys can live with that. That's not horrible. It ain't gonna win a Webby, but it'll get the job done. Our button's there that we want in there. It's like, again, we have to watch the width on this. So maybe we just rem the sucker and it gets a little tinier. We're good. Mr. Couture, I think, so you had brought up that you don't like this style of material. I think it's always a difficult decision to say, like, we're going to go with a UI framework. Now, mind you, we're not installing material, so it's not like we have to, actually follow it. We're going to be cold coding all the CSS and just sort of like inside of the visual ideas when we need them. That's the idea. But you kind of have to take the good with the bad. I think material is pretty accepted as a decent way to do things. And um, if every time we do a project we try to like reinvent the wheel, you know, it'll be a pain in the butt. Lewis, I'll show you really quick. So Lewis, when you want to switch, you would, if you're committed into the menu, we'll have some way to back out here. It might be here or here or whatever. It might be the word back. I don't know. But this is how you would start into it. It would be this thing that says add web, add data, add worker. So now you're seeing the second screen of a wizard. And I think if we do the motion sort of like left to right, that this would make sense, right? Because it's going to be this left to right motion or this right to left motion, whatever one makes sense. And so you're almost like going to tap that and move back. Why the blue color? Because it's matching sort of some system we set up. Or do you mean back here? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, what's the other option? What if we make it like a muted color? Oh, come on, Illustrator. Give me a break. Why don't we make it like a muted? Let's see what that does. Yeah, something like that. We'll just blow it up a little bit. Oof, that's not going to be enough. Let's make it black and then 50%. 20%? 25? Somewhere in there. So it's there. You get that you're making a worker. That's probably not. We'll just leave it at 50. But okay, so now it loses the want to click. Okay. Thanks, guys. I always appreciate this stuff. You have no idea how much I appreciate this. The only time you guys ever steered me wrong was when we put together a landing page that had that old man Bernie Sanders on it. That was bad. But other than that, I think that it's been pretty nice to design with you guys. Bug plug version 1 landing page. Yep, that's right. Just an old man shaking his fist at a computer. Looked just like Bernie Sanders. And that's when that guy I was working with like accidentally shot over to what do you call it? Product hunt. God. What a stupid day that was. He's in like a full-on chicken head cut off situation, panic. All right, so let's say we're doing a data component. We know this is the third step of a component creation thing. So maybe, we're going to need 2 more for data, because unless you just say like, do we need 2 more? We might need 2 more. So when you select data, you have to then select from a list somehow of icons that say like Postgres, MySQL, whatever. When they end up on this screen here, we're gonna need to be able to carry that information in. So I'm guessing what we do is we could just put it in text or something. Let me see what the longest one is. So Elasticsearch is our longest one. Okay, so we'll do something like Elasticsearch data dot something, and that should do it. I don't think we need to pull in the logo and all that. Let me put a note on this for future Greg. Let's give him some real good information here. Oh, that's too big. Oh, that's the same size. What are we doing here? Is there no limit to the size of this thing? Where do we grab the? Just how about a calligraphy brush? Okay. Hi, Dominic. I'm doing good. How are you doing? There we go. .2 due to comp type. Surely This is a bad idea. Let's do this instead. Yeah. Nick, sometimes the brain just doesn't work too well. I have my moments. It just doesn't turn on, man. I'm just autopiloting through the day. Ooh, that's so nice. I know it's hard to read, but like that'll save. I can't believe, like, I don't know how well the compression works, but let me just make that white. That's legible to me. I don't know if it over compression if it doesn't look that good. I can read that like clear as day, and that's super tiny. That's why we're using this font, because it's supposed to work down to these micro sizes really well. Yeah, well, it's not going to be in pink. In pink, it won't. It's subtracting right now, so it's like it's pulling because the blue and the magenta are trying to occupy like the same space in your eyeball, like they're close enough. Your eyeball is gonna do this weird thing. It's like a weird phenomenon where you get the subtraction of the other color. You get a phase in between them. Okay, so now we got to do the selector for data. I think we might, have to like keep that. No, well, we wouldn't keep the add component, right? But maybe what we do is we say select data component type. Let's try that. So same exact button placement here. This is data, so do that. And we'll say select data component type. And since it's material, do we move that down? Or do we even need to say that to somebody? That's a question. That's a for sure question. Do you need to say that to somebody? Or, if presented with a list of these different things, wouldn't you just be like, oh, okay, oh, I get it. Like, I get it. I hit the thing, and now I got to hit the next thing. I'm going to we'll remove it for now. Where are my, there they are. There's me icons. So we obliterated Postgres, so we got to pull that back over here. And we still have Redis. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we got 9. We needed 10. Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What are we missing? No, we have 9 and we needed 8. What do we have 2 of? 1, 2, 3. Oh, we have 2 of rethink. Okay. What a stupid brain I've got. All right, paste that there. In you go, Elephant Man. Real deal. When I was a child, I went to Walter Reed Medical Hospital, and that's in Washington, D.C. And Walter Reed is the national hospital. It's like if you're in the military, why is this? What is this even doing? If you're in the military, that's where you go, and this is the weirdest thing I've ever. What is going on with these? Sorry. So if you're in the military, that's where you go, and so it's got the history of all these military conflicts there, and they use it as a teaching. Well, I think most hospitals are teaching hospitals, but they have all these really weird things, like exhibits, in this museum attached to it, and there's these crazy medical cases there. Absolutely crazy, conjoined things, and a person that had scurvy because something was wrong with them and their entire body calcified. Just absolutely nuts. Just to get back to Elephant Man. They had like Elephant Man there. It was crazy. Still in my mind. They had an Elephant Man. What is this? What is going on? Look at this. It's like locking to these different sizes. Do you see that? It's like 15 pixel increments. It just decided to start doing this. And I can only move things around in 15 pixels. What? What is... What? No. Oh, no. Is there like a snap to grid that just flipped on its own? Let's see. Yeah. Snap to grid just decided to turn itself on. Let's turn that off. I just found the fireworks data again. Good to know. I'm just waiting for the moment when Illustrator's just done. It just cashes out. So Noah had asked, will one of our user personas know how to pick Redis, Postgres, etc.? Yes, absolutely. So this is I had talked with the real life Alice about a week ago, and her specific use case, which we could add to the personas, which we might as well do. She wanted to set up a PHP server with MySQL because she thought it was a good thing to do. Basically, she had no real reason. She's just like, I think this is what I'm supposed to be using. So think about, you're dealing with somebody at that level of skill. They're curious, but they don't fully understand what the technologies are used for or anything like that. But they know like that the lamp stack is a thing, and I guess that's enough, right? That's like as far as she knew to go. So from this screen, she would have been able to select MySQL. Yeah. And that's going to bring up a different thing, which I'd like to go over later. But the different thing is basically like, do we want to focus someone or something on creating templates? Because Noah, you had said to me while I was designing this, instead of calling it guided, you said templates. And in my mind, that's not what this guided thing is. But I think in your mind, you literally meant like Rails. Like they hit the button for Rails, a Rails server is there. They hit the button for Laravel, a Laravel server is there, no config needed. And if we did that, that would kick out like 3 or 4 current pass software solutions. Yeah, and I think that that's brilliant. Like we should not let that go. We should figure out what the amount of time it's going to take to do that is, and we should really consider putting that into a launch product, because like I don't think it's really going to be that much time. I think right now we can go get those instances configured, and I think they're right there for the take on. Let me just check really quick, because look, let's say we want Rails. We have an MPL2. Looks good. No liability. Pass through. No use of trademark. No warranty. Can sell it, modify it, distribute it. And right here is a Rails box ready to go. It's got a basic box file. It's got Puma, which is a nice server for Rails. It's got an Nginx conf file started. Yep. I bet we could pick like 5 or 6 of these and just build them, or just maintain them or whatever. I think my other one would maybe be what, like Laravel. That looks like it's ready to go. Yeah. And then maybe we'll look at, let's see if there's anything for Node, like an Express. Yeah. Because it's going to have a few like weird things in there. So if we look at the box file for Express, yeah, never mind. It's Express. Doesn't need anything. But this came with a Postgres database attached. And it has Nginx. So at least it, like a little bit of it started for you, right? Just a little tiny bit. Like some of the headaches, the files are there. You can mess with it later. And Noah, I actually think you had brought up adding it to the guided advanced. So guided templated advanced. I don't think it comes up past project creation. I think when we do the project creations screens tomorrow, we're going to have like a, do you want to like just use a template or do you just want to use an engine? And kind of have that broken up, right? And maybe even go through here and take and see what they've done here and say like, you start with Ruby. I'm building a Ruby project. Do you want to use Rails or Sinatra or do you want to do a generic Ruby app? Okay, you picked generic Ruby app. Like you get nothing. You pick Sinatra. Well, we've got a file for that. Here's Sinatra. We'll start you out. So Crace, you asked, why would you install Laravel via Nanobox first before doing it locally for local development? Dude, so MAGA, which is running Nanobox, MAGA's purpose is to do a local environment for you. That's its first stated purpose. So first we set up the local environment. So you want that Laravel local environment to be working through your, local MAGA instance type thing. So we want to be building that for the user. If that means like, I would imagine, let's look at this Rails really quick. I bet this is an old version of Rails. So again, we're going to have to probably get these up to date. Somebody upgraded to Rails 5, but I mean, that's simple, right? It's just like gem files. And this is going to come pre-baked with all the folders. So we probably don't want to do it this way if we can help it, but it's probably really easy to do it this way. What we probably want to do is have a set of instructions that are running, because if we're pushing file system up, it's going to be like more to maintain, But I think all this does is you just clone the repo out. So we could just, I guess, maintain a bunch of repos with latest. And then it's like all this stuff is going to run. We'll just handle that part running. So if you hit a template, yeah, you guys kind of get it, right? We'll just have a bunch of these up to date. Because I think if you're using one of these quick starts, you don't know or care. Like you're not going to be like, well, I actually need Rails 4 because reasons. You're just going to be like, somebody said to use Rails. I'm using Rails. Like, you don't have anything else beyond that. That's where it ends. All right, let's get these data component guys in. Come on. Are you going to brush off the Ableton push T for sound design for MAGA? I don't anticipate a need for sounds, but if you see a need for it, go for it. They all have to sound like the future. Oh no. Somebody pulled the guides down. They're gone. They realized what we were doing. Nope, maybe not. Really? So just that one. That's the one that doesn't work. Okay. Well, we wait for that to come back up. I'll try to do it from memory. MySQL. The evil laugher, yay. I really want to try to get this one font, and we're going to try it again. Can we get Source Code Pro into this? Source Code Pro. Also, side note, we might use... we might end up using a lot of really pretty fonts in here. I looked up the license for Hopefler Frere Jones before stream today. And what I found out was that HFJ, which makes the best fonts in the world, like bar none, they have a application license, which used to be really expensive. It used to be like $1,500 per font, like per every year, if not like more than that. Like, and they would say like if you're using it a lot, like it'll be even more. So get ready, for that huge hit. Nowadays, they must have like not sold any. That'd be my guess. Is that like no? Everybody was like, no, I'm not paying, some endless amount of money to use this in an application. They changed it to a broad license, like a single grant broad license is for $299 a year, which for unlimited font usage, it's for every font in their catalog, every single font. These are the guys that make like Gotham. They make Gotham bold. I don't know. I just forgot what they make, but they make all these really pretty fonts. And the biggest problem with working with their fonts is like the licensing used to be wonky. For the longest time, they didn't have any ability to get those fonts on the web, but then they launched typography.com something or another. They still charge a lot for their fonts, like compared to Google Fonts, which is free. But the fact that for $299 we get granted an organization wide for everything we ever make, unlimited application license, desktop application installed application license for their fonts is crazy town. And I'm using Source Code Pro, which is like an open source font. Well, I could be using sweet Gotham. Looks good. Oh man, this is gonna be a tough one, isn't it? Yeah, Ideal Sans is pretty. It's very pretty. They're like classic fonts. They legit have like artists on staff that make these things. It's several people will work on a font and they think through a lot of the things that people are going to use them for, and that really shows in the fonts. There's another foundry. There's another font foundry that I think is sort of like that, which is Canada something. Or pretty much everything I've seen them make, I'm like stunned because it has all these little like things attached to it, all these like extra ligatures, extra everything, just like variations on the font. I made one too many of that. So I guess a good question though was like if somebody did I make one too many of that? If somebody would like need an explanation of any of these things. I just don't think so yet. But it's definitely a little worrisome moving this far over. But I used the Canada Foundry font called Orpheus, and that's so pretty to work with. Like it's so pretty. It's a serif, and you can do some real cool stuff because it's got like these extra ligatures at like every single letter. What am I missing here? Why aren't these distributing? I double moved that one. Every single letter. Yeah, okay. Real good. Just had the ability like to do these open type things. Like none of these even have it. But if I use, sorry, we're getting off track, but that's what happens on this stream. Orpheus. So here's Orpheus Pro. If I want, I can, let's do memcache. So if we want to make this look prettier, we have like other options for the letters. These are called stylistic alternatives. Okay, so that's just some of them. And some of the stuff will actually have like joined, I don't know if CA is one of them. They'll have like two things you'll basically have a glyph that covers two letters. It's a ligature. But they have so many ligatures. Look at all these ligatures. They have so many of them, so you can do all these really cool things right out of the box. This is kind of a pricey font. Like that. Like if you had, I don't know, Roadhouse or something. I don't know when you'd have a row like that. And if you get one of these really pricey fonts or a font that's been treated like that, you really can just make logos right out of it. You don't have to be an artist. What am I missing here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 8 there and 8 there. And for some reason, this doesn't line up correctly. Oh. Yep. Okay. So I don't know. Do we need 2 lines here? I don't know. I don't know if we do. I think the font's going to be too tiny. Yeah, it's a little tiny. So they did 5.3. I don't know why. Is that in a, let's see if it's in a grid. Yeah, nope. That's not in a grid. That's you need a bigger computer if you want to use this. That isn't. Okay. Well, they really wanted 5.3. We could try that too. 4.2, 4x4. Maybe. The guy that was on that team doing graphics, very, very good at his job. But he's also very like, this isn't a bad thing. He's very good at his job, but he's also like, he's a very experimental designer. So some of his decisions may not have justification. Do you know what I mean? He might have just been, it looks better like this, period. Like it's harder to develop, harder to maintain, looks better. And I've found a lot of stuff kind of like that in the designs, that it looks good. And honestly, isn't that what matters at the end of the day? Who cares if it's like easy to maintain? Like you'll almost always want to fight for looks better than easy to maintain. And I know that like developers tend to go the other way. Like, you know, you do that design thing, it's gonna be harder for us to keep track of it, or it'll be harder for us to make little changes. Well, it's like, well, sorry. I mean, does that really like affect things? Like, should that? That's your job. Why did I put Postgres into my SQL? There you go. Sorry, Mr. Elephant. So Slayer, I am talking about the designs for Nanobox. Yep. The guy who did those, very talented. They're lucky to have him wherever he is now. That being said, I think he may have been given a little too much latitude on some of the stuff, and he probably knows that, because like some of the things, they were beautifully executed visually, but in terms of communication, I don't think they communicated things correctly or as well as they could have. He probably knows that, so nobody needs to go tell him. I think every designer knows that. Everybody's like, you never know if what you've done looks good or looks bad or anything. You have to have other people validate it. And he may not have had, I think there's only one designer on staff, so this is like one guy trying to do all that. He probably has a friend he's showing the designs to, and the friend's like, yeah, it looks good, but when he gets stuck, he's stuck. And when he's like, he designs himself, when you design yourself out of being stuck, well, you're still like questioning if it made sense or not. It's not too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad. Go a little bit brighter with this. And do we want to keep this as a background color, or do we want to, let me try something. I'm going to try seeing what happens if we make it like the same color as these other starter buttons to kind of relay it in. So that, I don't think it's going to work because we have those circles. So we'll just go with that for now. Like they're just going to be these kind of bright squares. So I've clicked add a data component. Now I see all these. Do I need the additional information saying add a data component? Let's just see, or select the data component type. Let me see what it looks like. Dang, I'm off grid. So do that. We'll just leave that right there. I think that's, move it down just a little bit. It might be helpful to have that little bit of dialogue. That might be about right. Well, since I'm about to go onto a break, them's fighting word spiky. No. Yeah. So I'm about to go on a break, but before we do, let's talk about this UI, UX, Photoshop, InDesign, Illustrator crap. All right. So I don't know how to qualify this any better other than I've been doing this a really long time. Photoshop never should have been used for web design. It was used for a brief period in the 2000s a lot because Photoshop was more like the flow of how the web worked at the time. People were making buttons that were PNGs or JPEGs or GIFs. So Photoshop made sense. For a little while, fireworks made sense because GIFs were easily animated in fireworks. But Photoshop in general, it's good for like wedding photography, manipulation, and things like that. There's not a lot of tools that go into Photoshop, in my opinion, that make it a standalone web tool, especially for interface design. It's more still sort of reserved, in my opinion, for high-end, high-polish marketing sites at the top end. Things that you just sort of like put up there, they're a poster, there's some interaction, but they're just more or less eye candy. So Photoshop, in my opinion, doesn't make a good thing. Everything is always stored in these stupid folders. The layers become like ridiculous, and manipulating objects is really hard in Photoshop. InDesign is a great tool for UI. It really is, because it's got its own CSS engine built in. You have styles and declarations of styles, but clearly not made just for that sort of workflow. I think the workflow of InDesign is optimized best in the interactive space into something like interactive PDFs. So like that's where they really put a lot of resources into, and you get a lot of really cool stuff. People hardly use them, but interactive PDFs in InDesign are like real easy to make. They do great, but the pixel rendering engine, not perfect. It's definitely set up for vector environments. It doesn't really have a way to preview that stuff, so you don't get the best experience you could possibly get. XD is great if you're prototyping. Like that's we have a piece of technology, idea, whatever. It has a simple outcome. It can move into some sort of like simple container. We just need to get something together to show the screens. It's great for showing flows. But the problem with XD, and I'd say to an extent, if not completely InDesign, is they are incredibly hard. It is incredibly hard to do experimental design exclusively inside of XD or exclusively inside of InDesign. InDesign has a poorly developed pen tool, has a poorly developed vector engine. Yes, you can do stuff, but it's a pain in the butt. So when you start to go do custom things, a lot of times in my workflow, a lot of other designer workflows, what you'll do is you'll create your assets in Illustrator, and then you'll move it back into InDesign, because you get like more fidelity in Illustrator. It's easier to make complicated graphics in Illustrator, etc. But XD, I don't know. I've used it a little bit. I used it for maybe like 3 days and just was like, screw this. I don't see how I'm going to use this. I think XD would be great, or is great, for people that are working on things that are more templated, and you're just trying to mess around with things, I guess. But I have never understood this whole thing of a WYSIWYG CSS editing tool. I just don't get it. Like, they did it with Sketch. They've done it with other apps. Like, I just have never really understood it. I think you're being held back a lot because, these little dials that sort of control what things look like, and they're tied to CSS. Well, a good developer doesn't need to think about CSS first, design second. A good, like, they could take the design and sort of say, like, I can make it work. Like, I could figure out a way to make that work. It won't be janky. It won't be thrown together images. Like, I can figure out how to make that work in code pretty much 99 or 100% of the time. So I think where Illustrator comes in, and why I think Illustrator is a great tool, is because, well, first of all, you get this, which is artboards. I think this might be in Photoshop now. I'm not sure. But artboards have been inside of Illustrator forever. This is how you build websites. You build them on panels like this. And the reason you build them on panels like this is because you cluster together, screens and views that make sense next to each other. This is what sold me on Illustrator first. And mind you, Illustrator has been around before XD, so it's kind of hard, because maybe if I was a kid, I would jump into XD. Now, more things. You have the ability to move in and out really easily. You can really quickly flip on pixel previews. So you can go back to vector. If you need something really crazy done, you go back to vector, or you flip on the pixel engine and start to see where things are. InDesign or Illustrator is very loose. It doesn't really care what you do. So you can like move the artboards around wherever you want to put them. You set your units to whatever you want to set them to, like pixels, and you can have grids however you want. You can have this, like, we could build this out all the way down if we wanted to, or we could go left to right. I don't know if that's beating XD for anything. But XD, I don't think, can draw freehand at a click of a button and then start doing this kind of a stuff. I don't think it's gonna, I think it'll let you do it, but it probably won't be nearly as smooth as a tool that started out like this, which, granted, you don't use it all the time. Granted, you don't. But again, like, this is the tool I like. I don't really know how much more I should defend it, but I think you're leaving a lot of something on the table by using something like XD. I think that you're holding yourself back by using it. I don't see what the benefits are to the designer, And I don't think there should be this, okay, so Infiltrator, you said that, like, you can export HTML, CSS, Sass, and jQuery. That should not be the impetus for using a tool. That should not be the reason, okay? That is some bullshit, sorry. That is some crap. Somebody mark that swear for me. That is something that was thrown in there so you could go into a meeting with some dummy executives that will get a little bit happy because it's on a website, because that code is junk. That code can't make it into production. That code can't even get into like a test. That is just to show it to your boss and say, look, boss, it's a website now. There's no other reason, because that same stuff that you're showing off there could be shown off in JPEGs, PNGs, PDFs, whatever. That. And it's never going to be able to code out animation in that way. It's never going to be able to code the interactions perfectly. Like all your micro interactions, or you're not going to do any of that stuff there. And come on, we're looking at this design right here. How long do you think it's going to take me to do this part of it? Really? How long is it going to take a competent dev to figure this out and build it? Really? Just from the CSS HTML perspective, what are you talking, like a day? A half a day? I don't get it. I don't see why those tools took off. I never understood that. Like, I think it's a gimmick that has been around since like Net Objects Fusion. You know, there was a time when you could get away with that crap. It was the late 90s. Nowadays, there's too many considerations. There's too much polish in front of that can be done. But I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I don't think that's a consideration. I think those tools are cool, though. Mind you, I think they have a place. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think they definitely have a place. Like, if I'm trying to build something very wide scale, maybe something where I know off the top of my head, like, it doesn't have to break any barriers. We're not doing any new UX stuff, whatever. Dude, it would be so nice if I knew how to use InVision or something. Because I've seen people do the workflow with that. And once you get the project set up, it seems really efficient to sort of be like dragging and dropping components down, and you're not really worrying about it and that kind of stuff. But I don't know. To me, I like being freed up just to do whatever I want to do. I just like, I don't know. I like the rails off. I like the like, you do whatever you want to do. There's nobody stopping you. Slayer, I have never heard of Crida.org. Sorry. But it makes sense to me. I just think, again, like, I know a designer that so Noah had said that he knew a guy that knows a person that uses Sketch at his workplace. I knew somebody who was pretty much like only skilled in Sketch. And what I saw from them was every design they did, let it be like an application that was meant for construction site workers, an application that was meant for nurses, an application that was meant for kids. Every design looked the same. I know that person was taking the time to build it out. I know they're doing that. Every single design looked the same. Like, it had the same functional UX for all these different use cases for all these different types of people. And I just always felt weird about that. I always felt like something was wrong there. It obviously was turning off some part of that person's brain. And they were like, their idea of what web design is completely different than my idea. But to qualify that, when I started web designing, there were no rules. I think I designed like my first website in the mid 90s. And when I was doing it commercially, I was building websites inside of Flash, and Flash had zero rules. Like, you just did what made sense. You drew what made sense. You put it where it made sense. And, you know, like, so I guess maybe that's part of why I feel constrained by all these other things. I don't know. That was a good talk. We're going to end it right there. Like, I don't think I have much more to say about it. I always get a little scared too, because I never want to be saying this stuff and have somebody who uses those tools feel like they're doing it wrong. Because I'm not really saying that. I'm just, for me, for the type of stuff I do, I'm a different animal than most people. I prefer this. We're going to probably have to pad that side. So we'll get whatever half of that is. Okay. So we know what happens after this, right? Like, they select one. I'm going to show a highlight on that guy. Sure. I'm questionable on the whole thing getting highlighted. Let's do that. I wonder if we could. Let's do this really quick, and then I gotta take a quick break. I think my kid's back. Go see her real quick. Yeah, it's probably good. Okay, guys, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. In the meantime, that was a real good time to hit the follow button so you can get notified, so you can come to another one of these nightmare streams. We have Discord you can come join us at, and it's a good time to review the project too. So if you're just trying to get caught up on like what we're doing, there's a document that's got, at the very least, it's kind of got the stages of development that we're going to work through. Yeah, I'll be back in around 10 minutes. I'll see you guys soon. All right. Let's get back to it. So we're almost done with this screen. We just have one more section here. So what do we got to do? We got to drop one of these guys down and show what it looks like. I think we already kind of went through how data components are a bear. There's so many different things that can get set with them. So we're just going to focus on this one web. The web and the worker are going to look similar. Just kind of get an idea for what it's going to look like. So let's remove all that stuff, because I know for a fact this is going to go off screen. So we're going to just show a few of them. Okay, now we'll flip this little guy around and then show it drop down. Might make sense just to lock that too. We have a big list of all the things you can set up here. So let's remove some of the things from the list, because this isn't going to be a design thing. This is going to be this isn't going to be like a schematic for the design as much as it's going to be an outline. So we'll show what a start looks like. We'll show a Boolean, an integer. We'll show that ports protocol stuff. Log watch is kind of crazy. Show that one. The cron, I think, is the only object we have. That's just like a formatted thing. Might be good to show it. Might be showing too much. Hold on. Get rid of local only. Let me take a look at log watch. This isn't the right section. Okay, do we need to show that? Probably not, so let's get rid of ports. Network directories. So those are kind of interesting because you pick a data component and then you put the path after that. So that's sort of different than what we had like anything else that we've done. So let's do that. Let's get rid of writable dirs, because that's the same as multiple string or hash things. Log watch, maybe. Excuse me. Just burping. The cron, I think I want to do that. We might have to make this like a longer screen to get all this in. So first off, when we do these, we're probably going to want that documentation, right? So let me pull that out of the other design. Because it's guided. It's not do it on your own. It's guided. So that'll kind of come down here. This will be interesting to figure out when we get to a design stage where we're working in HTML, CSS. This ad over here, I am so on the fence about it. I am so on the fence. Like, I just, I can't, I don't know if we should do that. Like, part of me really wants to do it. I think that it's a good way to keep the app completely functional without feeling like we need to charge people for it, you know? Okay, so is anything in here not multiples? Let me double check. Yes. So strings, single strings for the routes. But anything that we're going to show, not so much. Well, I guess so. We have a Boolean here and in here, so we'll grab this. Oh, how many things is this going to select? Just grab this whole stack. Something's still selected. There we go. Ads are good in the start. Yeah. I think, like, if I can make an app that's 100% supported just by ads, that'd be cool. But, oh, dang it. Nick, watch a 20-second ad to get 5 minutes of deployment time, right? For every one deployment, you have to fill out a survey. That is the most annoying thing, man. I can think of nothing more annoying than those survey websites. Like, they got, whoever's selling that technology, they had gotten that into the hands of, like, news websites, like local news websites. Ugh, gross. It's so gross. You're like trying to just see what the weather is going to be, and it's like, just, you know, fill out the survey real quick. We'll tell you what the weather is going to be. And I'm like, nope. Back to Google. I am in an unsafe internet zone. Okay, let's put in some more relevant thing here. We'll just leave it like that. So Noah had asked, am I presetting default values for certain items or leaving it blank? It might be really hard to figure out what the preset should be. If there's defaults, I think we'll load the defaults in, but it's going to be really hard to figure out the values. Because it's sort of like there's so many different things that could, you know, contribute to it. So, all right, we'll have start. Of course, start, the first one is not this. So you can have multiple starts. So let's read on it really quick. The start is the command used to start your web process, required for all web components. And it can be an array of strings or an array of hash. So this doesn't matter. This is just, we'll probably, why would we do this two different ways? We'll probably, like, in our formatting, maybe do it this way. Would that make sense? When using an array of hashes, the key is appended to the log output of the command, providing helpful context to log output. This format is recommended when using multiple start commands. Okay. So no underscores asked if I was working on Salon software. Yes. Yep. I kind of changed directions, man. I was doing a venture with a friend of mine, and now I'm doing this. Okay, so start commands, I think you should be able to remove them easily if you add them. If we do this array of hashes, which is recommended for multiple things, but not recommended for singles? Well, why would it matter? I mean, you could just have an array of hashes that only had one entry. I don't see why there'd be a problem there. So what it's going to do is it's going to create like a specific thing in the log for that start command. So yeah, it just makes sense that you'd have these two things. So with that, what would be like the way here? I think first we're going to make these a little bit wider. So the examples that they're giving probably aren't the best ones. Let me get my own examples. So we have 3 start commands in ours, Nginx, Puma, and WebSockets. And we're doing that hash array command thing setup. So set that and then set the actual command. But there's not going to be multiple commands ever on this side, so you wouldn't have like Nginx again with another command. that's a command. That won't happen. So it's only this one set of value pairs. So I think what this looks like is you have on the left, you have that, and then you have another field right next to it that's got that. This gets tricky. I don't know if there's any good patterns for this. Yeah, that's actually a problem, isn't it? Or do you just kind of like just make them write it? It's guided, but maybe not super guided. This might be a mistake. As I say it, this is probably a mistake. Man. Okay, we need some space. A little bit more space than we got here. Not ideal. It's probably plenty wide for documentation. Okay. Does anybody have any ideas? Because, like, I think we could, now I think about it, I think that we could do this. The problem is going to be if they add a second one, it needs to be like this right now. I guess it doesn't. Because, like, my other idea would be, like, you just have these two things next to each other, but then it becomes really sloppy if one of the things is like that wide and then this one is like this, maybe it's some super short name. So I think it gets like a little sloppy. So did we just maybe just let them rat in the line? It's a lot less work to do that. And I think maybe for the first iteration, that's just fine. It always needs at least one start command, so the first one in there, no way to delete it. I think we can get a little more space too. Let me just see. Can't start commands be a select list? Not really. I don't think so. Because, like, for instance, we have a WebSocket start command here that I would have no idea to know that your project has WebSockets. I mean, we could maybe do, like, that would just be a lot of work, man, to, like, do, oh, if it has a cable config roux, let them select WebSockets. If it has a Puma RB, let them select. It's just too many variables. There's too many everything. Like, I think eventually it would make a lot of sense to have things that were like, oh, we've got an Nginx adder because it's used so commonly or whatever, but not out of the box. We'd have to be getting to like real simple easy mode kind of stuff if that was the case. Just trying to see a couple things. Oh, that might be it. Pull that all the way down with it like a little bucket gutter thing. Maybe trying to get it like lined up with this guy. Maybe a little negative margining. I think there actually might be some pieces of this though that can go that way. They can go the way of like a selectable item. That's why we have a couple examples in there. See how that looks. That's pretty cool. Going in the gutter. Like we have this like a network drive thing that only really will talk to a thing that exists. There's like, yeah, so you're gonna have to select it. Then you're gonna have to select the path that's inside your file system, I think, to say like where to mount it and all that. Okay, can we lint? We can probably lint that, right? And do something like this. Yeah, we can lint it. That won't be hard. Just some base regex stuff. Put a span around it. So just using our little test cases here, make sure we got enough space for it. Oh, she's a big one. Dang. So I get a little worried about that because, you know, it's like this isn't gonna work if they have to go off screen to see it. Like if that has to like scroll, it's broken. That's not gonna work. So this might have to go somewhere else entirely. Definitely can't be there. I mean, we can definitely do that, right? You can definitely cut it off. But if we don't want to in our special, I guess you could always break it to 2 lines or something. Oh, come on. Give it. Ooh, still doesn't want to give it to me. All right. There are other ways to grab that thing. Yes. Noah said that there should be a button to import a project and export. Yep. I don't know where the export's going to go, but I know where the import's going to go. It's not in the interface yet, but we're going to add like a new project button. And I think on that we'll say like import existing or create new or whatever. But I don't, outside of Nanobox, I don't know what else we would import. Like where other providers will come from. Okay, well, I think that works for start commands. Stop force. So stop force is a Boolean. Either goes to true or false. This is our first Boolean, so gotta figure it out. Gonna lock that guy. How did that get behind that? Little line just decided to live behind it. Okay. Up to the front. So since this is a Boolean, I think we could just use the same pattern from this. It's either on or it's off. Let me grab that out of another instance. And I wonder if you go like a step further there and say like enabled or disabled. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Get back up there. That works for now. Okay. So for now, that's our Boolean. We need stop timeout, which is an integer. And I wonder too, like if you're doing, maybe we shouldn't do it like that. Maybe we should, because there's kind of the thing, right? If we're doing this in CSS, this is gonna be a pain in the butt, and it almost like lays credence to stuff like this. And then everything starts looking messy. Yeah, I agree with you, Noah. Let's do a checkbox with dialogue next to it. instead of this. So we'll just take the inputs that we're going to be making, bring a similar thing up here, make it a square. Let's make it checked. Good enough? No, let's do a better one. We can do better than a Nux. Barely. That's a little bright. And because we're clearly failing at some part of design, we're going to just make sure people know that's enabled. There's a button that would tell you that thing, but we're going to tell you it again. Okay, so stop timeout then is just an integer that you can fill in. There's probably like some weird little max on it. So let me go look and see what that max is. Oh, Infiltrator. 4? You got 4. What is the age range on the 4? So my little girl, she's young. She's like, geez, carry the 1. 16, 18, 16 months. There's like an easy way to remember this. I can never remember it. 18 months. 17 months. 17 months. She was born in June last year, whatever that is. 1, 3, 6, and 8. Oh. Ooh. Everybody take a moment of silence for Infiltrator. I don't know how he has any time left in his life. Wow, man. That's good for you. That's a crazy little army you got going. Do ya? She just like, your wife just kind of just is like, no problem. I got it covered. I think like that was personal stuff, but like I think having kids is like, or having a kid for me at least is like, it's great. It's great. Like it makes the house really happy. And people that don't have kids, no judgment. But like you're missing out. You're definitely missing something. It's like, I didn't realize that was a thing. Yeah, Noah, you've got your fill, man. What's the range on your kids, Noah? Because I think Infiltrator has an interesting range. That is like the recommended range, right? Like when you, like my wife would tell you that. She'd be like, oh, they're like between 2 and 3 years apart. That's perfect. Like they're all going to get along really well. Like they're going to be really well bonded, that whole thing. So 3, 7, if you look, Noah, you're in as long as you're within a year, man. It's okay. Yeah, same thing. Noah just needs to add one more in there. And for all he knows, that could already be on the way. Okay, so this is an interesting case here because whatever's stuck in there is going to have the value of seconds. I think, what if we did this? What if we did like a smaller input? I'm just burping on this. Has got to be the worst thing to hear. If we put this here, it's smaller. It can't handle all that much text. And that's sort of on, by design that it can't handle all that much text. How did these things come out? Dang it. And we'll put the word seconds next to it so the person understands what the units are that they're filling in. So I would, if I have a stop timeout, the default 7 seconds. So that's going to be what we stick in there. Is there a dumb reason why we wouldn't center this? There probably is. But we're going to center it anyways. It's probably like going to be really hard to type that in. Grab the gray instead of the orange, and then we're just going to write seconds next to it. I think anytime we can do that to kind of self-document it, that's going to be a call that we have to make. And we got to put it in just like that. Crace, that's a good point, man. That's a really good point, that the kids are going to get along really well when they're older, but when they're younger, I don't know. I don't know how that works. And Infiltrator, you have 4 boys, dude. I just couldn't. I know you're not supposed to say this, but I was like so relieved when we went and we did the thing. Like, this is like what, 2 years ago. We went in and you go and they like tell you the gender. I was like, I'm not gonna say anything, but I would prefer a girl. And I don't know why I would prefer a girl. I can't for the life of me figure out what it was that like flipped in my head. Or I'd just be like, man, I really wish it's a girl. I don't want to have a little boy yet. Because I think boys are probably a lot, well, you guys know they're probably a lot harder. Although our little girl is sort of like a force of her own. She's like super adventurous, man. I think she's probably going to be like, like very active when she's older. She's so adventurous. She doesn't care. She just climbs over everything, falls off of things, bangs things around. She doesn't play with like dolls or anything. She just plays with all the percussion toys, and she's also really cute though. Like she does have a bit of cuteness. How much is this going to be a thing? I kind of have an idea. I just don't know if it's a good one. You guys tell me. We can do this thing where we would run these down, but maybe for values where they're linked. So stop timeout doesn't exist unless stop force is set to true. So what we could do is like this. I think that would make sense. That's not very hard to do. So save some vertical space. I don't know how many things are like that, but that one is definitely like that. Okay. So the next thing would be linking the network directories. So let's find the network directories. Okay. So these directories are read-write accessible to all the web components instances. These directories are mounted at runtime and should not be created at the same location as a directory containing source code in your repo. File paths should be relative to the root of your repo. In order to use network directories, you must have one or more network storage components, umphs, cluster, etc., in which you store them. In your box file config, specify which storage component the directory should be stored on. So that's a select. That's a select and then a multi whatever thing. So if we had, well, in this particular case, we don't have an eligible data component because we just have a Postgres and a Redis, and I don't think you can smack those on there. So let's look at network storage docs really quick and see if they're like, it's only for these ones. That'd be great if they had like a list. It's going to be for umphs. Network storage components are data components that are in a file system image, such as umphs, cluster, etc. But what is this etc? We don't even have cluster as an option. Okay, let's just say it's just for umphs boxes, just for the thing that says storage. So really the way that looks is like network dirs you'd almost have like sub for each network storage, or for each data.storage component, and then a plus sign, like a plus sign box to select a path. So you'd hit that plus, and then it would be like, well, what folder do you want, right? Because you're gonna have to go make that folder. Well, no, I guess you wouldn't. You wouldn't have to make it. You wouldn't explicitly have to make it. So let's not do that. To set the path. So then it's just like, I kind of see it almost looking just like it does in the YAML file. Let me just double check something. I don't know if we're naming these like as they're listed, or if we're, okay, so we're just writing it out. So that wouldn't be network dirs, it'd be network directories. Okay. Then we would list the different storage components, and then under each one of those you would be able to add stuff. So again, is this one of these situations? Maybe. So let's just magically say we have two of these. We have one, we'll just use the same thing that they used over here, which was like data.files, or it was data.uploads, data.downloads or something. So we'll get that component name. Because you could have it with nothing in it, and then we just won't write anything. Have a little button that they tap to add more pathing to. We'll do 3 of these. Just gonna kind of set it up first. So this can have 0. It doesn't have to have 1. Go grab We're going to grab some of these little ones just to see if the size is about right for it. Probably a little big. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe once that's a path. Do we have any of that there? No. You know, we have a project that does have actual pathing. Let me open that up. This was a thing, man. When we figured this out, it was so frustrating. This was so frustrating to like that it wasn't explained. I think that's the funny thing about Nanobox is like nothing's explained to you when you were using it. It was just sort of like, well, you're in there now. Have fun. Yeah, so here's like one of the network doors, temp storage uploads. So we'll put that in there. And anything that's in there gets overwritten. So if you were to accidentally put app CSS, your CSS file would get nuked. The whole directory would get nuked. Just to see if the path, I think it's going to need to be a little bit wider. Maybe not. Probably just a little bit wider to be safe. Okay. And you could have multiple, so let's give this one multiple. Let's do another one. We'll call this just like umphs. And we'll give this just one. Okay, and then we're kind of out of room there for a third, if we wanted a third. So if there is a third, which we should definitely design for, why don't we put it underneath this? I don't know when you'd have this many components with file systems, but who knows? People build really cool stuff that's really weirdly complicated. And maybe with this one, there's no, you know, it doesn't have any. Maybe this will just be an umphs, but it will be like, I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe like a backup deployment warehouse or something. So Noah had asked, does that support only directories or specific files as well? This is just directory access. So what you're saying is that like, I want to map a directory across all of my instances. So every instance will have this path that's writable. And I guess as part of that, unless I'm being a dummy, they're going to have to be unique. So as we do this, like, we will need to ensure that like all of these are always unique, right? We've got it again. It's back. This again. Okay, let's move the mouse around and see the UI. Okay, let's just clear it off here. Unreal. What could this be? Oh, nope, we're catching up. It's like the whole UI. Like it, and the rest of my desktop's fine. It's just Illustrator. Oh, I think we got it. Nope, we didn't get it. Give it a second. We gotta find it. Oh, what is this even? It's like the refresh on the UI just doesn't know what to do. That's what it looks like, right? I think it's like that loop that would be like updating the UI just stops. It just like crashed. Unbelievable. And now we can't even play the game anymore. Dang it. I'm gonna save this real quick. Because I think it's like it's still responding to key commands and stuff. It's just not updating anything. Oh, I spoke too soon. What is this? Oh, horrible. You spend like $300 on an app every year, and this is what you get. So there was nothing really that triggered that, right? It just sort of happened. It wasn't like I was doing anything specific. It was like, you want to zoom out right now, but I can't allow that. And unfortunately, guys, we got to sit here and wait because who knows if it triggered autosave or not. Huh, there's that guy again. Oh, come on. So let's just see. So you had asked, Noah said, so linting to make sure someone isn't trying to put in specific files is good. Good point, yeah. Make sure it's a directory. Yep. I mean, it may even make sense to like back end some pieces there, but yeah, I mean, I guess that's part of it. Like when people are in advanced mode and they're just sort of messing around, we can lint and a file is going to be valid YAML, so we'll have to let it pass in, right? We're not going to go through and do like intelligent linting. Come on. But in this little builder thing, I guess we could. And we could say like, hey, we notice there's an extension on that thing. Or we can be really specific because we'll put that documentation right next to it and say like it's got to be a directory. I mean, I wonder part of it, Noah, I really am curious if you just are essentially guiding them through it and they can still break it. Maybe that's just our policy. We guide you through it. You can still break the thing. You can still put in the wrong values. You know, because if we try to do like error linting for everything, or if we try to run everything through, so like we'll be writing validators for every single input and saying like, oh yeah, like we have to validate against this group and then this group and then this group, and that's going to bloat out development. Maybe what we should do is plan on doing it in like a V2 or a V3. I don't know, that maybe it's, you know, important enough. Dude, it's hard to pick, because think about writing validators for what we have in the IA doc, which has got to be 50 things, 50 unique things. Maybe some of them don't actually need them, but what's 50 validators going to take in terms of dev time? Like best case scenario, 500 minutes. Trying to get this. What is, come on. Oh, I can move the window. Can I open glyphs? No. We just have to let this thing work its way out. It did it last time. It took a minute, but it figured itself out last time. Oh, it's not figuring itself out this time. I see it in the bottom. It says a crash report. Oh no. How much of this did we lose? Oh, we're going to have to bite the bullet and close this thing, aren't we? So it should have been auto-saving. Should have. It may not have been. We might have lost like the whole night. The file updated time? Yeah, it's a good idea. Before we like give up on it. Ooh, that was weird. This might be just happening on my system, or it's, I don't know, or is Illustrator spreading out? Ooh. Oh, weirdness. Mega. Is this where I'm saving it? Maybe. Maybe not. This is no good. Yeah, Grace. It's like once here I am being like, you should use this. This is a great tool. Let me just move that around a little bit. Get it to refresh. 8:31. That was 5 minutes ago. That may even have crashed. That may have crashed because of the save, which is a decent thing to bring up. Maybe that's what it is, because that's the only big new feature they added. That, so I would imagine, was hard as all can be to figure out. So what Illustrator does now is it like asynchronously saves. So somehow it sidebars or whatever. I don't even know. It like dethreads what you're working on and saves it out. It used to be like it would stop it was synchronous. It would stop what you were doing. You know, the whole shebang. And maybe that little side thing that it's doing, that little thread that it's trying to kick up, I don't know. Maybe it's getting greedy or something with resources. I don't know. I was told there would be a recovered file here that I could look at. Let's see. So Noah, have you seen, you said it's not my system, so have you seen it on your system, or are people complaining about it at work? This isn't good either. It's not getting the Windows congeal. Oh no, so it's happening to you too. Okay. Well, hopefully they get a patch out like tomorrow, because I think it's ridiculous. Like, look, I'm sorry, but like Adobe, you've got resources. Like, come on. This isn't like a freaking EA game where it's frustrating but not like damaging. This is like, imagine if I lost all that work and I was on deadline tonight and like I had to send my files over by 9 p.m. and I'm like, I'm going to hit that, no problem. And then this happens and I'm spending 2 hours recovering, which I'm sure any of you guys that have done, like, if you've worked with Adobe long enough, you've been bit by that, where like you're on deadline, you're working on something, it crashes, it doesn't recover, and then like you're writing an email to somebody saying like, sorry, it's not really my fault. You know, I was working on a book once, all right, like a legit book, while we wait for this thing to get done congealing, like a legitimate book. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know where it would be, but it was a huge project. It must have been like 90 spreads, which is pretty big when it comes to like book size. No, it was something I was doing completely in, like I was using Illustrator and InDesign to pull it off. And as I'm working on this thing, like I'm 1 day off deadline, maybe 2 days off deadline. There we go. It's going to be somewhere in here. Like 1 or 2 days off deadline, and it did, like InDesign did a hard crash and it corrupted the recovery file. It corrupted the InDesign file. And that was it. That was the end of it. Yeah, here's some of the spreads from it. I have a PDF somewhere just to give like an idea of it. I think this is done. Absolutely devastating. So it was like 180 pages. I lost, well, the copywriting was done in a Google Doc or something like similar to that. And I lost a bunch of illustration work. I lost my whole like final chapter of the book was completely unrecoverable. It was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. And I was like 1 or 2 days off deadline, and I just like didn't know what to do. I called a friend, and they're like trying to be like, hey, do you know any other like crazy way I can recover that file? And they were like, nope, you're boned. And just went and got a bunch of coffee and just like made the biggest pot of coffee I've ever made and just drank it and spent like the next 48 hours in a mad rush to get it done. And it got kind of done. Like it didn't, I was pissed because we lost a lot of the like really high quality stuff. But the good thing is like some of the work was done in Illustrator, so the AI files didn't go anywhere. So it was just, but it was a matter of like re-importing it into InDesign and getting the tweaks applied that we had figured out and getting the alignments reapplied. The layouts were all gone. It was nuts. Absolutely nuts. Pulled the final chapter, like kind of, not fun. And I think Adobe like needs to step up their crap every so often. But what are you going to do? Okay, so we're looking at this part, and we were saying like there's these network directories, and this would be, we see a pattern here to kind of build out more than 2 or more than 1. I think that's probably fine. Maybe give this a little more space. So I gotta do this all with finger taps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll move this over just a little bit. I don't want it like always lock up against that side gutter. High rank. This guy. Let's get that guy over there. Okay, so what's our next like unique thing? Oh, and we were kind of talking through like, yeah, how much of the hand holding are we going to do? Let's just make it a thing right now that we're going to say they can break it. Even in guided, they can break it. Like if they take the thing off rails, it'll go off rails. Like, but we'll try to make sure that's not the case. Okay, log watch. You know what? That's going to be the exact same as this. So we're going to leave it out. That's the same exact thing. We'll come over here and I'm just going to verify that. But it's the same idea. There's a key. Just like that. And then a path. Just like that. Okay, cron. Let's take a look at the cron. So the cron, every cron job has a name. It has, why would it say cron schedule like this? Why would you put that in your docs? It has the schedule and it has the command which is run at the end of the schedule. Now, or when the schedule triggers rather. Now I think we can do 2 things here to clean this up. We'll call it a name instead of an ID. We'll create a little builder for these. So I want to show that because the command makes sense as an input. The schedule, I think you could input it if you wanted to, but why don't we pre-bake in like what's some common cron jobs? Yearly, monthly, weekly, daily, every minute, hourly. we can just have little buttons. So it'll still be an input, but we'll just have these little buttons there. If they tap it, it'll like pre-fill, because cron, I mean, how many in your given day as a normal developer, how often are you writing crons? Like, you write that like once per project. You got to go look up the dang thing every single time and be like, well, what's the thing? And if you need something advanced like this, you'll figure it out. I don't even know what that's just like. Every time the moon aligns with the sun and the planet Earth, and Mercury's in retrograde, and the salmon are returning to the rivers of Seattle on Tuesdays at midnight. You know, like, there's just like, who knows what that even says? I don't even know. So what would be, yeah, let's take a look. So you said 15 minutes, 5 minutes every minute. Well, sure, there's this thing, right, that you can break that down with. But then go ahead and figure out whatever that other thing was, which is probably saying like every 20 minutes, right? On every something. You know, it just gets weird. Anyways, I want to see, like, yeah, let's see if there's some defaults that I can look at. So that's every 5, 10. Is this too many? Is this too many things? Like, so let's just say we're having this little, let's start designing it out a little bit. Let's just say we have this little thing here, right? And we're not trying to make it a big deal. We're just trying to give you some quick ways to add it. Yes, we're going to have to break this. Go a little bit bigger. If I were a smarter man, I would have put that on its own layer so I wouldn't have to go through this madness that I'm about to go through. Just finding whatever 3 things this is. There we go. Okay. If I were a smarter man, you guys probably wouldn't be watching the stream right now. That's for sure. Okay. And then we'll drag this down. We're not going to worry about that guy. We're just trying to get us a little more space here. Three presets and then so okay, you guys want to help me come up with just, and we could even make like a link, go to one of those cron builders, right? Like, aren't there cron builders? I swear there are. And just say like cron builder, you click it and off you go to like somebody else's website where they maintain some form that puts together the cron for you. So what do you think the most the 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever, what are you voting on? If you had to vote on, like, everybody pick one. So you say, what is the most important one? Let me know. While I try to unlock this thing that's going to be hard to find. No way, you can only pick one. Pick one. Custom is implied. So just so you know, custom is implied. We're just simply like giving a, we're going to have like just like an input box that this pre-fills for you. Crazy, you got to pick one. Okay, 5 minutes. $15 minutes. Grace, you got to pick just one. You're giving multiple every minute. So now we have every minute, every 5 minutes, every 15 minutes. I feel like these are all the same thing. Like, they're all the same. They're all the same. What kind of, is nobody doing old school cron jobs where you're like, I need that thing to run like every 4th Tuesday? Why not just a number selector and a frame selector? What are you envisioning? a number input and text drop down to select minute and hour. Problem is that it's not numbers. I see what you're saying. I don't want to abstract the cron process that much. The problem is like you can do division and stuff in times and whatever inside of the cron. That's the implied custom one. Okay, I see what you're saying. There's also asterisks that can go on those things. I think leaving it just as a text input is where I'm comfortable. I like where that's going, but I think I don't want to spend a day on a cron builder. And I think we could just be like, let's make a cron builder. Let's make it really smart and like have all this interesting stuff attached to it. All I want is like a few buttons that you tap and it pre-fills that thing. And like in a later version, we can make like spend some time and actually come up with a cron builder. Because I think it's valuable to have one. I think that cron language sucks to like, it's just another thing you have to keep in your head. Dang, lock that up. Okay, so maybe this should follow the same thing as this, where we're gonna have to probably put the dang form somewhere. So it's got a name, it's got the schedule, and it's got the command. Yeah, let me see. See, I don't want something like this. I think this is bad UI. So the very bottom, demo with quartz. No, I 100%. This is the thing. I don't want this because I just don't. Yeah, maybe we should do it though. If it's already built. I'm legitimately thinking like wouldn't you just want the ability to tap, write your own thing? Because this is missing like the use case of every 5 minutes, right? Which is, what is every 5 minutes? I don't even know. Would that 0 turn into like 15 divided by something? I don't even know. Yeah. Well, I don't even think it's write custom. I think you just have a input. So let me show you. Let's do that. So I think you have cron jobs and then you have whatever. So this is going to be one that was already created. So I think when you hit add, oh, you know what? We don't even need to. Do we even need to have these things like that? Probably not. Let's do like you create one. It's an input field, maybe with like 3 things. When would this need to get long? Who knows? Because you can we could just make it so you easily change the name of it, and then the schedule, and then the command that would run. tighten that up a little bit. Hey, Lycan. Okay, so we're gonna need a way to label this and all that, but let me find a cron job. Send badgers. And then that's got a schedule. So the good thing is, I guess the schedules. No, we probably need to give them a little more space because they might do something real weird in there. It wouldn't be implied that it would always be a set number of characters. Yuck. And the command over here. So let's grab that little orange color for the name. Boop. Give them some space for that. And then the command I've got running. It's a big old command, so that'll be good for this. Big boy. And you see, I just blew it. Okay. Let's go to 3 lines then. I mean, if you're trying to troll, that's great with suggesting XD. But did you ever consider that maybe there's several tools meant for that? Does that ever enter into that little skull of yours, Sebastian? That possibly there are 2 correct answers? Does it ever make sense? I mean, you guys understand that, like, you're in a field where coexist is like the name of the game, and yeah. Just the people show up all the time. It's like a thing. They show up and they're like, let me convert you. Like, I'm an atheist, like whatever. It's not gonna get into my religious beliefs, but like someone's saying basically, I'm an atheist, however I'm very religious about if you use React or Vue, or if you use my tool over your tool, because you see, my tool is better because I used it and I took a class on Udemy about it, and so therefore I'm an acolyte. Yeah, just last around for, dude, hang around for a little while and watch one of your tools disappear. I spent years learning how to be a good Flash developer. How do you think that worked out for me? Years of my life gone. Flex developer, that was the next thing. How do you think that's working out? Just saying. I think it's funny. It's really weird to me, man. If you want my take on it, my take is that like I can give this, I have to make like a YouTube video about this. I really do. I think like I have an opinion on it, and the opinion basically boils down to like why I use Illustrator is it is set up to do UI design. Not many people realize it. It's had a lot of features added to it to do UI design. And it's been like that for 10 years, 10 or 15 years even. Second, I think that like I like to work with the gloves off. I don't want somebody interpreting how I'm trying to get my job done. And Illustrator gives me down to the pixel control. Like literally I can draw pixels on the screen, and that's exactly what I need it for. I'm an experimental designer. I don't tend to follow convention when I don't have to. I make experimental websites all the time. I do crazy weird stuff in websites all the time, and that's my workflow. Something like Sketch or XD is going to hold me back. I don't want that. Some people want it. I don't, your friend made good stuff doing flash ads for gambling sites. Blink blink. You mean gambling sites? Gambling sites? What is the wink wink on that? Yeah, so did I. I made a lot of money working for gambling sites. Like, no joke. I used to work for these guys. I don't even think these will load anymore, but I have statics. Stuff like that. Yeah, tons of them. Lots of money. Lots of money, man. Like, that was back when they were legal. So they did not stay legal. Look at these things. Used to do these, like, so many of them, man, and try to fit them into like less than 30 KB. Yeah. I have one in here that was like my crowning glory. Oh, sorry, I'm getting off. I have got to work on this getting off track thing, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know if it bugs any of you guys. It bugs me at the end of the day. Check this out. Boom. 10 kilobytes. That thing. Oh, it's so pretty. You have to, the button looks a little high. It's because like some of the sites would cut that thing off. Oh yeah. They all spin the same exact thing. I guess I didn't realize that when I was making it. Oh yeah. That was the day. Thousands. I've done thousands of Flash banners. I got into Flash application development, and I used to do Flash websites. It's really high-end Flash websites. It's all gone now. All that information doesn't even. I guess it's kind of like a plus because it taught me about optimization and taught me about, well, ActionScript is basically JavaScript, right? It just doesn't work. It doesn't work exactly the same way. This looks like crap, by the way. What are we gonna do about this? I pull this out. We don't need that guy. So it's not completely lost skill, but man, I felt like a pang. Well, I think the first time I was like, oh crap, was when Microsoft pulled Silverlight out, and then there was a real competitor for things like Flex. Because I was told by a lot of people like Flex was exclusively going to really be the way the web was built. A lot of people were really convinced about it. A lot of people invested a lot of money into Flex and never took off. People just like they weren't ready for it. This is before its time. So we want to be able to remake this, right? I'm thinking, did you learn Flex too, Noah? Dude, I was all in. I was taking classes on it on the side. Yeah, I had a friend of mine who was at 50,000 feet, and he was helping me with it, and I just was so all in on it. Yeah, Builder was great. It was just such a clunky thing to develop, you know? Flash was clunky developed too. I mean, it was like it was like you had this unnecessary intermediary compile process. This is not working. What are we going to do about this? Because really, I mean, think about this. You're going to hit this button, and what we're going to do is we're going to add this group. We're going to add this whole thing. But the problem, I think, is that it's not like cohesively connecting. When was Flex? Flex was around, I don't know when it debuted. It had a different name before it was called Flex. It was an old Macromedia thing. So it came out of old Macromedia. It used to be called Macromedia Builder. And what it was sort of this framework that they had created alongside Flash to serve a different purpose. Like Flash was originally meant to be timeline, and then they added in ActionScript. So you could, or not added in, but you started working with, a lot of people were working with ActionScript inside of Flash. And I think Flex may have been Director or something like that. It was like Macromedia Director turned into Flex. I don't know. something along those lines. But Flex's purpose was this. It was to plug in just like full on interfaces, full on real applications, like the thing in the background here, Adobe Illustrator. You could like build something like that in Flex. And the cool thing about it was Flex integrated on top of this runtime that Adobe was working on called AIR. And AIR let you deploy to like Apple PCs, Linux machines. It was all a contained runtime. So you could just stick these apps on anything. And that's why, like, nowadays, I think it's so funny because I know when you're working on this stuff, you're like, well, we're obviously at the front of technology. I don't know. Like, Electron kind of feels the same way. And I wouldn't invest all my time in Electron, You got to diversify a little bit if I had to give anybody, advice. Because something might come out that's quicker, better. Who knows? All right. I'm going to add some buttons here. Let's grab that nice little button color we figured out way back over here. I don't think we had great consensus on this, but we'll come up with a couple different options for this. We'll call it presets or something. I think we have a little bit of text right here we could use. COBOL. No, I don't know if you should tell people to learn COBOL. You should not be doing this if all you're in it for is the money. Look, if you want to make money, what you do is you become very attractive to Google. No, people totally get into it for COBOL. Become attractive to one of the FANG companies. Go work for them. You'll make a killing. Do I remember a US company that made an AI website builder? Many of those have tried, huh? Many companies have tried. Listen, I same thing with that stuff. I think it's ridiculous. Like, you want to know, like, how long people have been trying to crack that egg? Of course it didn't work as intended, Infiltrator. They got $1 billion investment. And it didn't work as intended because people have weird opinions on how stuff should work. Who would have known? Who would have known? Who would have thought that people had had their own little whatever on how stuff should work? God, like, who would have known the specs would change? Of course it didn't work. People have been trying to do that forever. Like, get that. Oh, I created this easy to use thing that makes websites for you. Like, I think you can abstract away a lot of the web development process. I think that there's like parts in web design too. You can abstract away a lot of it, but not all of it. Definitely not to the point where like Timmy over in BizDev is going to throw together a client website that's halfway decent. Sorry, Timmy. Not going to happen. There's a lot more that goes into making things than just being like it's a Wix site, This changed colors on the way over, so I'm going to go grab a different one. Oh, maybe just bump the opacity up a little bit. But they've been trying to do that, like, legitimately. Like, I used the power tool when I was a kid. That, like, it could wire up forms. It could stand up databases. It was kind of crap. It had a design component. and like my dad bought it for me. I think I used it the first version of it. Yeah, it kind of, you could build site trees in it like this, and it would connect all the links together. The thing was garbage. It hardly worked. Is there a word for every minute? Like every hour you could say hourly? Is there a word for every minute, like minutely? I don't think that's a word though. That doesn't, as I say it, I realize that's not a word. Minutely. There's daily. There's not secondly either. It's like every second. Let's make it minutely. Why am I saying every week? Weekly. These don't look good. Something's wrong here. Something has gone horribly wrong. Something about that command that's running that makes it no good. I think something we might have to consider is because there's 3 of these things, they need, like without a doubt, they need labeling. Because there's no, once you're in there, you wouldn't know what Send Badgers was. You would have no clue. Oh, let me go back and grab that labeling. That makes it all just so much better. This is gonna be tough. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's just enough. Let's see. Some idiot's gonna type daily in there. I know it. Somebody's gonna do it. What if is that just it? I guess we'll leave the presets there. But it's almost like we pull that thing that Noah found and we stick it in there in a weird way where there's just autocompletes as you start typing. It could just autocomplete to say minutely, hourly, weekly, you know. Minutely is the word, Sebastian? So minutely is the correct word. If I look this up, because minutely, it's like it's on top of the other word. Well, logic, the word short or egic, the word shortly doesn't imply specificity. So hourly is specific. It's meaning like once per hour, every hour. Because I think this is the problem, is that minutely, not minutely, takes over. So it does exist. It was used to mean every minute. And we can bring it back. Is that what you're telling me? This is looking good. Just tabbing out and tabbing back in. What'd you call me? That's my user persona name. How dare you? Okay. So this is looking better to me. I think we might even have, instead of putting that there, we'll do that. We might have an opportunity here to create like a small linked elements, you know, kind of patterns. Let's do that. Let's go like this. We'll make it bright red. Make sure it's off the pixel grid. So we'll just make it a sideways line like that. That's very easy to do in CSS. Oh, come on. Just stay in your lane, man. Why are you moving all over? Oh, jeez. What are we? Oh, it's going the other way now. Okay. We'll just use the transform tool instead. Let's go like 100 pixels. Okay. Illustrator. We are having some issues with the Illustrator today. Let's just grab that color, and it's probably a little too light. And let's try white, and then we'll pull it back to 25%. Yeah, this might get a little iffy, but here goes nothing. Put that there. That there. Never trust the pink line. It's there. Sometimes it helps you, but never trust it. Trust but verify. Just like Reagan said about the communists. There we go. Oh, hey. That might work. And then I kind of want to detach the X button and give a hard line across to say this is where this is. This is where what sense am I making? So we're gonna put a hard line across to say like this is the object, this is the item. Yes, Sebastian. Yes, I work in pixels for precision. Yep, it's a leftover habit. I worked for a creative director who wanted everything pixel perfect, and like literally pixel perfect. And I don't know, he kind of proved to me that this stuff matters. Like you can have things that are off by a couple of pixels, like 1 or 2. You can have like the wrong distribution by a couple of pixels and it doesn't look right, and you'll throw off the rest of your brain. That's like, it's basically like your brain's trying to figure out why the design doesn't look right. And so I've been doing this kind of like OCD design for a long time. Sometimes it goes away and I just like, I'm just fine with it, but most of the time I'll do this crap. I'm jumping around and trying to get it all to line up. See, like that's gonna have to be a pixel taller, 2 pixels taller. We're probably actually gonna have to make another one of those. That's the you messed up noise. Probably a bit big for a button. What's that one? 12. Let's try 17. All right. Yeah, after I worked for that guy, I became that guy. Like, I became the person who was like, it's 1 pixel off. No job. Input type range. Probably can do that, yep. I'm moderately okay with that. I'm not 100% in on this. Got the information. We can make it look better. If you hit the plus button, you just get another one of these guys. You get 3 stupid presets. There's room for a 4th. So we can do a stupid 4th one. What's something, like, I don't know. I don't use them much, but monthly seems like one. Or like we could do every 4 months, which is quarterly. Monthly? We'll just say quarterly. Maybe think about it like this. Maybe this is enough little stuff that somebody who's brand new at this crap is gonna be able to, like, oh, I finally understand what crons are doing. Like, I finally get that it's just this pattern. But I don't know. Okay, these guys, they don't look right. It looks good with that orange, but when you get down here, they don't look right. So we're gonna pull them back just a little bit. Hopefully keep them legible. There we go. Yeah, look fine. And I guess if needed, we could push these into these other ones. Like we could stick that little label under all these guys. Maybe not these guys. Okay, not bad. So we're probably done with that. That's not where that needs to be. Okay. I'll save this out and stick it in Discord real quick. And then we can take a look at the rest of the stuff we got to do. I've been fighting between this art and type optimization. So there's anti-aliasing. I don't know if you guys can see that. If you're viewing the source, you can probably see that. So one of the problems with Illustrator, well, with every desktop tool, is the aliasing engines are different. So it can really make you question font decisions, especially like small fonts, if the aliasing's set wrong. So I think we've been sticking with the art optimization because I know I can achieve that without too much trouble on the web. So what is this? Mega UI. What are we on? Day 4? Day 4. Let's call you 1. There's a button that I could actually press in here that'll save these all out real quick, but I'm not going to press it. It's like a batch saving thing now. All right, it's coming into our Discord in just a second, guys. Now's a good time to join the Discord if you want to see it. Please don't steal it. I have the resources to sue you. No, I don't. I really don't. So please don't do that. That would be the worst. Oh, I made a thing the other day. You know when people use NodeMon, that monitoring tool for Node? I always, whenever they say it, I think of this guy. Look at this guy. He clearly made this yesterday. Hey, it's NodeMon. I'm here to monitor the nodes, eh? That took a lot of time. 5 minutes. NodeMon. Probably just leave that alone. Shaman. Looks like you got to do the npm install, man. Is it racist? I don't think that's racist. I don't mean it in that way. Okay. I think we're through that guy. Let me take a look at my paper list because I still do things on paper. So we got the component adder done, right? That's the big thing. So next, we have, well, not next. We have left over, we have the add project interface, which I think is going to be our capstone. When that's done, we're done. We're moving on to dev. We need to do deployment statistics and deployment scaling. So just double check. I don't think we need to do logs. Easy. Very easy. We have the IA done. We might want to do costs, but I think we can wait on that because I think it'll be like, I think we could develop that in app, design that in app. Mission control is just terminals. So I don't know if we'll have much control there. I did some reading and it's very easy to launch Windows inside of Electron apps. We can even launch these things outside of Electron apps. The problem comes when we're trying to communicate back and forth. That's where it gets a little weird with Electron from what I know. But sticking this $0 free MIT licensed hyperterm that people love into an app that we're selling, we can do that. We just have to maintain the license. So we'll have this terminal built in, which is great. And why design something that's built in? Don't need to. Let me see. So that's mission control costs. And I think mission control was also going to have some of the things to like turn the local server on and whatnot, because it just made sense to me to have the terminal right next to that. So I guess we could maybe do a little bit of work there. Let me add it in. It'll be easy. No forms. So deployment stats. Components guided in advance. I think we're done with this. Let's just double check. Can we hide and show configs? Yes. Can we set additional flags? Yes. Data, web, and workers. Yep. Add and remove the components. Can we remove the components? Do we have that in the UI? No. Let's add that real quick. So okay, I don't think that you're going to want them to like smash here and remove it. I want to put some notes in here, but I don't think we're going to do it too much far beyond like a silly button that we're going to add right now, which will say update component. Component. Okay. And then another one that says like remove this thing. This is not where they're going to sit. I just need to get them out of the design screen. Yeah. Danger zone. Yeah, something like that. Just like, I actually don't know. I don't know if maybe these should just be happening, committing to the YAML file as things are happening. They probably need to. So let's pull that out. So then we'll just have this big remove component thing as your only button, and we can danger zone this sucker. So we can do a, what's a good confirm? Highway to the danger zone. Content ID danger zone. Okay. Be very careful with the songs. Yeah, like a little thing we can just flip. Group. Okay. 10. 20. There's a way to, we'll make this look better. Essentially a switch. You're gonna have to flip this thing. Animated GIFs. with like the under construction like warning on them. Sure. I think it's something like this, man. I think it's something like you're gonna have to roll that guy over. I don't know. I have an idea. It's not coming out of my head. But you would have to like move this here before you could press that button. I have the idea is there. The spirit's willing. The brain doesn't have any idea how to pull it off. Because again, it's like a permanent thing. We're gonna remove this from. I mean, sure, we could make it control seeable or whatever. We could make it so it comments it out. Or that could be a thing. How much? Hold on. How much does that cost? Like, if the box file doesn't care, yeah, you can comment out YAMLs, right? Yeah, just hashtags in front of them. The press and hold to unlock. That's an idea too. It's probably a little bit easier than a thing you have to slide from left to right to code. So we could just do that. I mean, if we wanted to comment something out, there probably isn't. Yeah, there's no block comments. So you could just say remove all of it. You wouldn't be able to unremove it. That could be what we do, and that could pull the danger zone idea out. But I kind of think we need a danger zone pattern because, like, there's going to be other danger zone things. So I like that idea, man. So you think just a, like a press. Oh, that looks great. I like it when my text gets squishy. Oh, geez, it's still doing it. Why aren't you two things yet? Separate your soul from your body, please. There you go. Nope, still the same thing. Did I forget how to do that? Huh, I don't know. So yeah, like a little button you smack, you hold it down, and it sort of like radials out or something along those ideas. We're not putting hazard tape on it, man. Or are we? I don't know. Now that I think about it, hazard tape. I don't know. I'm really partial to those animated GIFs of the people like in the construction site. As you hold it, an alarm sounds. Hazard tape's the winner. Sure. Let's see it. Hazard tape. Okay. I'm smelling it. Smell what that's cooking. What is this? What is the yellow and black checkered hazard tape? Because that's way easier to do. But are we doing things because they're easy to do, or are we doing them because they're cool? We're doing it because it's cool. Okay. Yeah. Dokily. So do we want to do this one? This is, I think, my favorite. The hazard tape on the bottom and the top. That's super cool. And it's basically like this little arrow pattern, and then we can run yellow on top of it. And then we'll say danger zone or something in the middle of it. Okay. And then again, we'll have to unlock it somehow still. I think even with this, I guess it could just be like as they press this, it requires to be pressed for some amount of time. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. Boop, boop. Just like that. It's an angry looking logo or angry looking logo button. C was angry that day. Lost our logos. I have a color for red. I'm gonna start bringing it in. 99231B. Good enough. If I want Noah's design input, it'll have a hammer next to it with a glass sheen on it and the hammer that breaks the glass. No. Why? Dude, it is a... Why do you got to give me stuff that's going to be like, oh, yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. That'll take us a week. Wonderful. Should we use our gold color? We'll try it. I don't know if there's like a consensus on what color our gold color, NASA's gold color that they figured out. I don't know if there's some consensus. I bet though it doesn't look right already with that orange. It's probably gonna have to just be a CMYK yellow, pretty pure yellow. Danger zone minigame. You have to land the carrier flown jet back on the carrier in rough waters in the NES game for Top Gun. We're going to have to roll an emulator for that and then stick it in here. No. Just no. Nope. That's not how we're going to do it. Black. I'll just take this guy and add some points to this dude. Happily accept the new points, please. They didn't even hit it. They didn't even... Come on. Give it. There. Did that put the point on that? It looks like it did, and then it just like disappeared. Are you there? Do you have it yet? I don't think so. Oh, crap. It was there the whole time. Oh, how many of them are there? There's too many. Hold on. Okay. Back to the drawing. I think we want to make that 1 pixel taller just so we can get a point right in the center. Wherever that went. Come back. Oh, hey. Did it. There we go. Okay, so we'll go and clean that up a little bit. I'm going to put a mask on it real quick too. Come to me, yellow box. You will be the mask. Up you go. I wonder what the proper like danger zone tape font is. There's probably some official like company that owns the license to it. It's like how they make all their money. They just Just billing these poor municipalities. Every time there's an accident, they have to license it. Let's see. If I'm looking at it, I'm trying to guess. Generic caution tape uses future. Oh, sure it does. That looks about right. Yeah. Sure it does. Yeah, it looks right in there. I just gotta get it bold. He says condensed. Uh-huh. That's like right about it. Right in there. Yup. Probably a little smaller. Yeah, it doesn't have to be like legible or anything, right? Just has to sort of be there. We need some sort of a icon. Good. Just hoping that didn't have to get clipped. Some sort of an icon to go in between that. Lewis, why do you think we made a mistake? What makes you think any of this is a mistake? Is it because we're not doing the mini game where we land the the airplane on the deck of the Top Gun? That was the worst. As a kid, I could never do it. I don't think anybody could. I think that they come out and say like, yeah, there was actually like a bug and it was sort of impossible to do. It wasn't supposed to be that hard. How about a bear? Just like a bear. Readily identifiable bear. We have made a mistake. Will that teddy bear read it 13 pixels tall? Probably not. Probably not going to read too well. Because that to me, the biggest danger zone of them all is to be out in the wild and a bear shows up. That's just me, though. I don't know about you guys. This is one of my bigger fears. In comes old mama bear, and you're there eating her berries and punching her babies, and she's not happy. Just add CAPTCHA when you try to push. What if the person's a robot and that's discriminatory? Oh, come on. Can't even open this thing. $400 billion application by Adobe here. Can't even open up a bear icon. Just little bear. Little bear. Yes. Let's do that. I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's make Illustrator dreams come true here. We're going to just do that. And then equally space everything using the sweet alignment tool. And we'll make that like some sort of something so it works. Like we're not going to put an image in there. We'll make this repeating or whatever. I think that's all 1 pixel too tall. Too tall? No, like too far up. Or maybe not. It might just be the font's in a weird spot. Yeah, font's in a weird spot. That height, that's fine. Okay, so can we let's do a little bit better on this. This won't stop the Russians. I don't think we have to worry about the Russians. They'll just go right in. They see the bear, they don't care. Let's see. This should probably bolt up. So, okay. If we had to do this sort of like the easy way, I think what we're going to end up doing here is this is going to have to come off artboard, isn't it? It's fine. The easy way to kind of pull this is we'll have and we are, sorry guys, we're going to do this part the easy way. We'll have a thing that sort of fills from left to right. And then we'll put some text under here that says like continue holding. Why? It just won't do it. It will not take color on the font for some reason. I don't think it even got it that time. It's like, yeah, just messing around. So that'll fade in. And then we will move something from left to right to indicate that it's filling up. So we'll just like mask out a div, absolute on top of it, and let it do its thing. Kind of like that. We'll probably need to make this something different color, or maybe we'll just drop this guy down a little bit. Yeah, like that. And so you'll see this kind of going across. Probably keep holding. So it'll start off as hold to activate, then keep holding to commit, I guess. And that's pretty cool. I forget who had that suggestion. It was a really cool suggestion. Like, I think that's really smart. It's really good UI. Like, to be able to keep it all contained within an element like that and not have to create a second one. It's a really good UX because, I mean, how hard is it to hold your mouse button down? Not very hard. Smart idea. I know you stole it from somebody, but listen, we steal everything from everybody else. Like, that's just how it is. You didn't have, well, if you had the idea, you just earned yourself one MAGA book. Just one, though. Okay, and so the idea that you had, Noel, was to kind of mute this down a little bit. I think you're right. Like, let's just see what it will look like. And I'm sorry, this is kind of off screen here. We're just going to leave it alone, though. So if we grab it and then we put it at 50%, well, that's not going to work, you know, is it? But that's the idea. To sort of, why don't we just put something on top of it? So it'd be sort of like, maybe like that. Your mouse hits it, it comes in. We'll probably give it a little bit more spacing here, right? Like that much. You know what? I'm in here. I might as well just move it. I'll save out another one of these too. Oh no, I'm moving that one. I'm not resizing it. Where's Skinny Boy? Skinny Boy from right here. Where are you? Dang. I legitimately don't know where that where that element's hiding. Should have been right next to the other one. Aha. Found you, skinny boy. And I just wonder. I guess it'll really depend on how we pull this off, but it wouldn't be impossible to wrap that up into that as like a... Why am I giving myself these things? What is wrong with me? It wouldn't be impossible to give myself another hour of tight CSS work if we wanted to like skew the thing up over here and make it line up so it looked like it was a banner wrapping around something. It's not impossible. Why don't we just do it? No. Maybe. I think if you do that, though, you got a lot of... Like, it almost is like, whoa, that's interesting. Let's do that everywhere else, right? Just leave it alone. Leave Danger Zone alone. Okay, just gonna resave this, and then that's gonna be it for tonight. It's about 10 o'clock where I am, and I want to go see my wife before she goes to bed. Tomorrow we're gonna be hitting all the deployment statistics, deployment scaling screens, and mission control. And if we can finish all that stuff, we'll do the add project interface. Deployment stats, deployment scaling, that's big, that's heavy. That's heavy UI. It's all data viz. I mean, I wanted to get done with it. I mean, I don't really want to work Friday if I don't have to, but yeah. I will. I will if it means getting this thing done so we can start dev next week. In the meantime, though, guys, you have a good night. Hit the follow button if you want more stuff like this. I don't know. Fun hanging out. You guys had a lot of great suggestions. I would hope to see you guys in the next stream because I can use your help big time. The plan is we'll stream tomorrow. I'm going to try to get started earlier. I've been having late starts because, I mean, I even have meetings tomorrow. But I've just been having these late starts. My day's been starting, like, my actual work day is starting at, like, as soon as I wake up. And then I've got to do stuff for 4 or 5 hours to deal with the first part of it and then come on stream, you know. So I'll try to get started a little bit earlier, but I know I have stuff in my schedule tomorrow. But the earlier I start, the longer we can stream, you know. Well, anyways, thanks, guys. Take care. Come join the Discord. See you next time.